Stop this pump for a second and let it fall off.
It's spent.
I'm going to let you get it into a position, and then I'll turn the pump on.
Somebody when I bolt it, it does that little bounce. So I have to kind of change it how it bounces.
Okay. Yes.
Just now we started transmitting audio to shore.
Okay. Okay.
So now you're talking to YouTube.
How's that,
Dave? We weren't before.
Okay.
Dave, how's that?
That's good. That's perfect right there. Is that locked in place?
That's locked.
Okay, great. Turning this back on. Hello, anyone who might be listening on YouTube. We thought we had you earlier, but now we do. We're on the research vessel Falcor using the ROV SuBastian with the Schmidt Ocean Institute and a group of us from NOAA, University of Washington, Oregon State, University of Victoria, and other places. And we're currently diving the first science dive of this ROV SuBastian on Daikoku volcano in the northern Mariana Arc. This is a relatively shallow submarine volcano. We're at about 400 meters depth right now. It's active. Ooh, that pH dropped. Excuse me, we're looking at some data here. We got down to what, pH 7 from background of 8. So we definitely have some acidic water coming out here. Okay. What you're seeing on the screen right now is the intake nozzle of a fluid sampler that's hovering right above the surface of some volcaniclastic sediment from this volcano. We're trying to get a reading of what the pH of the water is right up against the sediment where these flatfish are living. The flatfish you can see swimming around on the bottom there is a species called Symphoris thermophilus that lives on active sulfur-rich volcanoes, and apparently nowhere else that we know of. And we're trying to figure out what benefit these fish get from sulfur, why they seem to love sulfur so much. We're looking at some dark gray sediments covered with some white material that is probably fine particulate sulfur. And there's some, I'm going to zoom in here. You can see some marble-like light greenish globules of sulfur there on the surface of the sediment, and they have stringy tails coming off the back of them. Those are basically molten sulfur that's been ejected out of a vent nearby, and the little globules form spherules as they go through the water, and they have a tail coming off the back. So these fish are living right next to a volcanic gas vent that's spitting out sulfur dioxide that turns into this native sulfur brimstone. Okay, so we saw a low pH of about, I want to make sure my scale is correct here. I'm going to change the scale just to make sure it makes sense. pH went down to, it looks like 6. Yeah. pH went down to 6 when we sucked up some of that sediment water. I can slow it down, slow the pump down, and see if we get a change there. Let's try that. That's a pretty good pH anomaly. So there's some really, I mean, it makes sense. These are really acidic waters fed by the magmatic sulfur dioxide. So
now you're slowing down the pump.
I've stopped the flush pump, and I'm running the little pump that pulls water into the sensors, and I think we'll see what that does to the pH, because we're probably diluting it a lot with just the bottom seawater. You can see lots of those sulfur marbles in there. Okay, that's probably not quite enough flow. Let's try to turn this on really low. Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a big drop. But it says it's probably mostly just the pore water that's in that sediment that's slowly percolating up. So as soon as you get into the ambient water, it's going to dissipate really quickly. But 'cause I mean, I don't see any flow coming out, but it obviously is because it's 10 degrees warmer, only 10 centimeters below the bottom. So there's warm water seeping out of that, but we can't see it. All right, see what we get there. It's kind of a hard thing to sample, but because there's so little flow. But I could take one right here just to try to get a reference.
Like an OTP borehole and put it down and then it fills up.
Yeah, well, I have an attachment that I can put on here that is basically a cylinder that you can stick into the sediment, and then the tip stays out, and then we could almost pull the water out of the sediment. So I'll try that on the next dive. Okay. Okay, 7.4. Sure, why don't you? I'm going to try to take a water sample too, so if we can, let me stop that. Oh, stop the flush pump first, okay. Stop the flush pump. That's like, you can see the sand coming out of there. I have the pump turned off for a little bit while we try to get a good position.
How's that, Dave?
I mean, that's great right there if you can. Yeah, okay, good.
The vehicle bounces sometimes.
I'm going to give it a big blast to flush some of that stuff out of there. Okay, pump's on. I'm going to turn that and stop. So what we're trying to do right now is take a water sample of what might be percolating out of these sediments using our hydrothermal fluid sampler. It has an adjustable pump, which I'm fiddling with right now to see if I can get the right amount of slowly percolating fluid coming in there. Okay, we got another pretty good pH drop with that. Yeah, pH 5.9 on this now. But I have a feeling it's going to come back up.
Yeah, the vehicle bounced up a little bit, so let me try again.
Sure, yeah, pH is coming back up. I'll turn it off for a second. There's definitely acidic water coming out of the ground there.
You're not pumping, right?
No, I got the pump off. That's probably good if you can lock that there. I'll see what it does. Is it? Okay, let's try that.
No, that's the thing. If you see that you thinking of what's the money, you kind of go deep
Okay, pump is on, and see if we get pH going down. And then I'm going to quickly switch over to a piston. All right, pH coming down a little bit. Okay, I'm going to stop that. And we will switch over to piston number 1. Okay, so here we are on Daikoku volcano. The picture you're looking at is just the intake nozzle of a fluid sampler, which has just gotten jerked a little bit by the ROV's tether pulling on the vehicle. Wait for that to settle out. You can see it's got a clump of sediment around the bottom of it because I have a pump on there. I turn the pump off and it falls off. There's a flatfish swimming by. Okay, we're getting ready to take a piston sample. Waiting for the tether to stabilize. See, adjusting tether,
well, once,
winch length, or
well, we can add another 5 meters and we can reduce that even.
Probably, because if we do that when we're taking a sample, it's gonna
Kind of messes the sound up.
yeah.
Okay, another 5 meters.
Verena, does this look? Oh, did she go away? Okay.
During the sample, do you want to brief highlight on once we start doing it, just to
Sure. Yeah. In fact, we should get some of these sulfur spherules. Oh, but wait till we got a good picture. Not quite yet. We need to move the nozzle's kind of in the way, so we'll wait till we. But yeah, there's so many of those blobs. This has got to be right next to the vent. It's just spitting.
They are when they turn on the laser. How big is that? I mean, the fish is how long?
The fish is like 10 centimeters long, and so.
They call it Pele's tears. Pele's tears.
Yeah, but those are usually from lava instead of sulfur. Yeah.
Pele's wife's tears, or husband's. Wait, who's Pele? Is female or male?
Pele, I believe. That's a good question. Gosh, we don't have any.
We can Google it.
You've been to Hawaii plenty of times, haven't you?
You should.
Bill would know that.
Yeah.
It's a goddess, Pele, isn't it? Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
It looks great.
All right, Dave.
Okay. ready to try again? Here we go.
First, you're just gonna see if it's pumping and everything's
I just want to remind you guys that is what's going on shore.
Yes. Right.
Zoomed in all the time.
Well,
Yeah.
what they're using.
We'll zoom back
Okay.
in when we get the business done. Okay. Okay. So again, what you're seeing is a close-up of the intake nozzle of a sampler, which we need to keep track of here as we're trying to take this sample right at the interface between the sediment and the water. Okay, about ready to start this sample, which is going to be piston 1. 600. Are we ready on the logging?
Are you, when you start
Ready.
it,
Okay. Starting. Trying to start.
Okay.
Starting now. Yes. All right. Piston 1 is sampling now. This is pulling water in through that intake nozzle with the slits in the end. The water goes back through a titanium manifold connected to a bunch of sample containers, and we've selected one of those now, and we're using a second pump to pull the water that's flowing through the manifold into the sampler. That's an all titanium nozzle there with a ball joint on the end of it that connects to the tubing. And we'll give you a zoom out to see where it is we're sampling here. So there you see the front of the ROV, lots of flatfish on the bottom, living on this slightly warm volcanic sediment that's covered with white material that's probably fine sulfur produced from the magmatic gases coming out of this volcano. And we are taking a piston sample right now to get some water chemistry. And that seems to be going fine. This is
was this a drop in the pH at the beginning?
yeah, that was a drop in the pH before we took the sample. I need to zoom back in to see if we're still in position there. Okay.
The lap on. Yeah, we're on -5.56.
There's a small fish swimming by. See it sitting on top of those marble-like sulfur globs with the long tails coming off of them. That's just volcanically produced sulfur that's being thrown out of a vent right next to this site.
But on the other ones, it would just be the one shot under. I didn't get the start time actually typed in, but it's
Yeah, you can see these. You can see these drops of
some other time.
sulfur that came raining down on this area. The volcanic sand here also came raining out of this vent. So during the eruption, at different times, you're either producing lava and ash that flies up in the water and falls down near the vent, or at other times sulfur accumulates and gets blown out of the vent by either excess gas pressure as part of the eruption process. Okay, so we finished that sample.
You did?
Yes.
How are you going to read them off to me? Min, max?
Yeah. So Maximum temperature 13.6. Average 13.5.
Minimum?
We don't have that.
Okay, how about
T2, I guess we could give you. You know, T2 doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's 14 compared to
14?
volume 600. And let's add on volcaniclastic sediment. With, 10-degree temperature anomaly at 10 centimeters depth. Okay, so I'm gonna call that good. I'm gonna go back to the sensors for a moment to see what we get there. Okay, I can zoom out. Oh, the temperature was barely above background, 13.6, and I'm not sure it's going to have much of a signal in it. It's hard to get. I think I need to have that attachment on there so I can pull the pore water out of the sediment.
So if you think about these fish that they come out of the
Yeah.
right, like normal flatfish whales, sticking out.
Mm-hmm.
So even that pH change is
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, I mean, it's warm and it's almost 2 pH units lower than the ambient water there. So they're, yeah, the water's chemically quite different than the bottom seawater. It's going to take something different from this to get a good sample of that, though, since there's almost no flow. So, but at least we have a good. Oh, we're back to the dock.
Where's the ice at?
Oh, now you're seeing a fishing boat back in Guam Harbor.
Someone did something over there?
No.
What happened? Heidi, do you? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I forgot. Okay. I'll just put it in.
Why don't we switch the camera? Okay, I'm having a momentary video problem here.
This is not the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
It's the brown ham.
Can
Well, this is definitely a science camera. Sometimes you never go around and look at the fish. So,
can we?
So, mine didn't have a new observation. I'm still seeing it. Yeah, it's just the view. There we go.
I just switched it to the sit camera just so that it's going
Oh.
to YouTube. Well, it's not.
you just switch it. Coming up.
All right. Technical difficulties. Not sure what's happening here.
You want to keep the sampler probe there?
That's fine. Yeah. I'm still. I'm making another pH reading here. So.
So look how abundant they are. Isn't that amazing? You just suddenly realize kind of
Yeah, they're.
They stick over on the left there.
Yeah, I seem to remember every time we cleared the sediment that we did, what was that happened. And
That's true. In fact, well, there's only one or two in the bare part. So there could be.
they're always shifting.
Mm-hmm.
Movement.
Did it go through a loop? One time before you hang up the switch. Hit the mic button.
Yes. Okay. We are back after sorting out some camera problems. And we are about to do some fish sampling. So Cody, I guess we can put that HFS probe back in the holster. Yeah.
Anybody touch the tap?
Yep.
Yeah, I turned something off.
You turn something off?
Yeah, I turned the highlight.
Maybe you turn the highlight video off. That's driving over the stage.
Okay, so we are currently putting the water sampler back in its holster, and we're going to use the suction sampler to try to catch some flatfish. The suction sampler is essentially a giant shop vac that has eight canisters in the back, and you suck water through a 2-inch hose and catch whatever is in there in a canister with a screen on it to keep things in. And we're going to go for the one with the largest, with the 2mm screen.
maybe no turns off the recorder.
It wasn't off, it was just off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went to it.
It was like the HD recorder.
Yeah, it stopped recording.
Okay, right now, trying to put the nozzle back in the holster.
Right. But we do want to turn it off at the time. But if he stops recording there, it shouldn't.
And that's the suction sampler hose is on the right there also. That's what we're going to pick up next. Yeah. Now you got it. All right. Those are hockey pucks on top of the nozzle that the titanium manipulator is holding. Letting that go. They make a good grip. Yeah, before. Certainly use it again during this dive.
Okay, I think it's probably okay just there.
Yeah, you don't probably need to strap it in.
Yeah, that's certainly something.
So we're going to pick up the suction hose. So that's ROV manipulator taking hold of the suction sampler hose that we're going to try to use to catch some fish. One of the main reasons we're at this volcano now is to try to understand how these fish are getting their nutrition. Why are they living on sulfur-rich volcanoes and nowhere else? And they seem to have, well, they're always found in areas where sulfur, brimstone, elemental sulfur is forming on these arc volcanoes. Arc volcanoes are different from the more numerous mid-ocean ridge volcanoes that encircle the globe. The chemistry here is a bit different. Fluids are a little more oxidized, and they have sulfur dioxide gas coming out of the magma instead of hydrogen sulfide.
That's jar number one?
No, we don't want jar number one.
What jar would you like?
We want
6 or
to
7.
use, yeah, 6 or 7.
Oh, right after
We need that jar.
Jar 6?
Okay.
You're on 6. Hang on.
You'd like to suck up the fish?
Yeah, we want to try to catch a fish. Not a fish, multiple fish.
Where are you going to try first section? All right.
Yeah.
So don't turn the suction on yet.
Let's do
Do you wanna-
a flush first through the system and index around to 6 and you don't, and go from there.
Yeah, we did. We flushed it.
Okay.
At 6. So
Okay, the hose has been flushed with seawater, and we are getting ready to try to catch a fish. This flatfish is called Symphoris thermophilus and is found exclusively on active sulfur-rich volcanoes.
Can we get the chamber to this screen here? One of those chambers right here.
Yeah. Maybe not at this moment.
So,
We'll do that next. We'll switch it to that one.
Still down.
Okay, getting the hose ready here.
How much stuff we're gonna get.
Yeah, the trick here is to suck up the fish without getting too much of the sediment, because the sediment will clog up the sampler and then we won't be able to use it anymore. They're not running away. Whoops, yes they are.
So if I hit
Suction on,
suction is on,
missed him. There's suction. Oh, that one got away. Come on, one of you, get in there.
Amazing they have all scattered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't run away very far.
I could get getting a little closer so I have more range to my arm.
If possible, could we switch a view of the suction jars on one of the cameras over here, like the rear view and or some?
Hand over. I come in down, straight down.
No fish yet.
okay, so
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fishing is a slow business. Oh, got away. We just need one to swim right into the thing instead. Well, the suction jar is staying clear, which is good. We're picking up a few of those sulfur globs, but the sediment's flushing out. Yeah.
It's in there macerates the fish.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, how... If you get one big one, do you want to move to the next, or you want to try to get several? I know one is not enough, but... I think you kind of have to get in front of them a little bit. Did you get one? Well, it hasn't showed up yet. Nope. No fish yet. Fishing with a shop vac. Yeah.
Fish in the bucket. Fish in the bucket.
There it. I don't see a fish in there.
where?
No, I see sediments, but I don't see any fish. Unless he's up against the top. I don't see him, do you?
That light is- If they index it and move it, can they go back and try to put more in, and maybe you can see it if it was for 7?
But you can rotate all the way around.
You did?
Looked like it went that way. Go up. You can turn. They're swimming up the stream. Fighting the current. They took them.
There's one in there.
There's one in the, oh yeah, I got one in the jar. Okay. Where'd it go? Up against the roof?
No, just go do it.
Got another one. Okay. Now we're catching fish. How long does it take for it to get into the jar?
It's S34 Bio 2.
Well, another one went in, but I didn't see it come into the jar. There's must be one sucked up against the exit. There it is. Okay. So yeah, we should maybe turn it off and see how many.
He's in the bio box.
Do you want to turn it off and see how many drop down?
Oh, you got it.
There's at least two.
I had one mate. Later.
So these are 100
Okay, now we got three. One, two. Oh, turn it back on. He's trying to get out.
See if you can get 5 in the bottle. That would be great. And then I was afraid they get macerated by the sediment, but they're just plastered against the.
They're just up against the suction, but they're trying to get back out now.
Yeah. So we'll have to suction.
Verena, how about you take over the fishing expedition here and speak on the YouTube mic. I need a break.
We just pause the audio.
I'll do a bit of a fill-in here as we're continue to collect a few of these tonguefish, and the technique, which is pretty spectacular with our manipulator operator Jason, is to creep up on the fish, and then the suction sampler, it's like a big shop vac basically, is turned on, and the fish go up through the hose into a holding bottle where they can remain in comfort and ease in the little fish chamber at ambient temperatures on the bottom. It's amazing how relatively docile the fish are. They are don't run away all that easily. So I think we just sucked up another one. They're developing the technique here as we go. So we're watching the back of the sub where we can see where the vacuum bags are, the bottles. We call them suction sample bottles. Is that okay? Yep. Thanks. So we have about 5 happy little fish in there at the moment. These are really small. So the opening of the suction sampler is only about 2 inches. And the fish are pretty small fish, and we're picking the little ones here.
Yeah, right in here, there's a bit of a cluster.
They're about 10 centimeters long, or 4 inches or so. So Jason spotted a little cluster of them. Whoops. They saw us coming. These fish do have eyes. They are very closely related to shallow water fish. So they've kept the eyes, but the water's so clear here, they also would be able to use the photons that make it down to this depth. The bodies are mottled and they do sense the coloration of the sediment. So like most flatfish, they will camouflage, and they can change the coloration on their bodies to blend with whatever surface they're sitting on. So these fish, they're actually quite hard to see when the Rove is flying over them, because they're blended into the bottom and you suddenly don't realize that there are hundreds underneath you. So here's one Jason's creeping up on now, coming up from behind. He sensed us. That's right. Now, Adam's giving advice on the fishing here.
So how do they get in and not out?
He's got a slight suction pressure going, so they can't get back out the tube.
Where's the mesh, and what is that doing? I mean, the fish is doing.
So we'll try the front end approach here. It's important to remember this is the first time this sub is doing a science dive, and we are so delighted with what Schmidt has been able to put together here in terms of the submersible this ROV team has helped design and build this submersible. It's just pretty amazing to see this for a first off. Here you can see the bacterial mat. So the fluffy white, it's sort of more orangey compared to the white sulfur.
So what's so special about these fish?
What's special about these fish is the fact that they are associated only with hydrothermal vents, and they're only found at hydrothermal vents which are on volcanoes with a lot of elemental sulfur. So all this white stuff is sulfur. So far they're only known at 3 seamounts here in the Mariana. There's a related species that's found down near New Zealand, also on sulfur-rich volcanoes. Fish aren't very common at hydrothermal vents. Endemic fish only found at vents, so it's not very common to find them. No one's ever seen a flatfish at hot vents before, but the densities here are what's particularly amazing. We are counting numbers up well over 200 per square meter in some areas. So that's what's intriguing us as to what it is about this habitat that's enabling the support of such high biomass of vertebrates. They're high energy animals, high metabolism, they need food. So is it coming from the sediments? Is it coming from the bacteria? Is it coming from some relationship with the bacteria? That's what we're going to be looking at with these fish. So try one more, and then I'm going to suggest that we leave the ones in the jar and go to a different jar, just because they've been kind of beaten up a bit. Yeah, well they aren't, they're flat up against the filter. Okay. So you can see that in some places they really do just pile on top of each other. So, oh, guys.
We got
Yep.
come back if we need to.
Yep, that's right. Let's
Close the sample.
give that a rest, but don't turn the so the fish are trying to go back up. Okay.
Keep the suction on and then.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so I'm ending the sample.
Yep.
Did you catch our first fish?
We did.
There were 4?
We might have 4 in there.
Didn't limit out though.
Yeah, we probably should have gone to 8 to flush through.
So we can shut off the suction now, right? And they're all in sync.
Yeah. So what we do is shut it off, go flush it out, because now we filled our 7 with. Yeah. Well, you can go both ways.
All right.
That's cool.
Gonna use those buttons for the back to 6.
I've never known that.
Now we
Yeah.
have to go that direction now. All right. 6 is used, yeah. 7 is right there.
We saw the vents on the multi-beam this morning. The vents we saw on the multi-beam this morning were right behind us, on like where the bubble was.
Yeah, that's going to be our next.
You want to keep the suction available, or do you want to put it away for now?
So how many? We got 4 fish there.
Well, we can.
Okay, why don't we,
I gotta figure out it.
let's try one more. Let's go to jar 7. Let's do it again if you want to reposition the sub, and then we'll just wait for Dave to come back. And
Like there's quite a bit over there. A little off to your north. Okay, we're north. Just come up in here.
I think you'll probably find them everywhere. So we're in this
Stay right here. or do you
no,
have to
no, they can move. They can reposition. That's it's all in the wrist, Jason. Huh, you did it.
Got 4.
Yeah.
What's the secret of fishing in the deep?
Hook and line.
Swing them head on. That way they can't swim backwards.
Yep.
Years of practice. Years of practice. Yeah, good.
clean it out, make sure there's nothing in it.
I need to get that trap out too. So we're just repositioning here, and as you look down, there's a lot of fish down there. Suddenly realize how many there are. They blend in well with the bottom. There's one up in the water. Whoa, there they taking off.
Except when like probably rock that. Oh yeah.
Flatfish are interesting
Are we in
in terms of their development. When the eggs hatch out, they swim in the water, feeding in the water, and they look like normal little fish as the babies develop in the water. And then and there comes a point where the small fish settle to the bottom, and it depends on what species the fish is, whether the right eye moves or the left eye moves. And in this species, the right eye has moved over, and the left eye stays the same, so they end up with the two eyes on top of the head. So here you can see how abundant they are with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 fish I can count just in that small area. Some of them quite camouflaged. And notice some of them, they just didn't even move. And that's bacterial mat. There we go. Oh, faster than the arm. Sure. So here we're also seeing quite a lot of white material on the bottom, and there's two kinds of white material. There's the very white sulfur, which is thrown out of the volcano, but the other fluffier, it's got a little pinky tinge to it, that's microbial mat, which is growing on the fluid coming out through the sediments, and we think that the fish may be eating that. So that's why we're trying to characterize the fluids coming out of the sediments, and then we have microbial biologist on board, Julie Huber, who will also be looking at the microbes, trying to get the whole ecosystem, the trophic web here.
What about the other?
Safe bag? Okay. Yeah. So what, we'll just finish this, and then I think that we should move to the sulfur pond area.
The chamber seems to be filling up with more sediment.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah, okay. Maybe it was first. We'll figure it out. Yeah, but this thing here stays the same. That was not 317 anything else before.
Aww. So probably the technique here would be, if you miss it, you turn the suction sampler off and just shake it out of the hose. Aww. Each groan is when we tried, but didn't quite miss. Didn't quite get it. Well, it's just filling up. Well, I'll have a sediment sample. Just one. Just get one, and we'll be done. Yeah. There's, we don't have one in there, right?
No.
Yeah.
Swim to the light.
The great aquarium in the sky. No.
Oh, close.
It was interesting, that one had such a big white, some of them has such this big white
What is
patch.
that?
Yeah.
Whoa, what happened?
A sediment sample for me. That's great. I'll use it.
Should I still call it a biosample?
Sure. It's got worms in it.
Still love
Oh, you got one. Okay, leave them. That. There we go.
I think you got two. You just tell us when we get some.
So yes, with the flawless technique that Jason is developing, we did collect 5 fish, which will be really good to be able to look at what they're eating and how they're getting it.
Why is it so important to have a live to catch these samples and bring them back?
It's important to be able to put together what is possible in such an unusual environment. And we're looking at conditions of changing temperature, changing oxygen, changing pH. And those are major conditions in a changing modern ocean. So if we can begin to understand how these fish can adapt to these conditions, we might have some idea of what ecosystems will be doing in ocean change. That's one of the reasons. So it's a big broad picture, but it's also very specific. We're curious about how these fish can cope in this setting. So, Dave.
Yes. Are you done fish catching?
Yes.
Limited out. What?
Hello and welcome to RV Falco. We're currently at the Daikoku site. We're at 409 meters. Our scientists are currently coming up with a plan. We've just been sampling some of the fish. We're currently streaming to you from research vessel Falco, a 89 meter, 270 foot research vessel operated by Schmidt Ocean Institute. We're currently using our in-house developed ROV, SuBastian, and which is capable of diving down to 4,500 meters. At the moment, you're seeing the live stream from the vehicle, and you can't actually see the control room, but it's a hive of activity. We have about 5 scientists in here, as well as our ROV team, which is made up of a pilot, a co-pilot, a navigator. Being our first proper science dive, we also have numerous other people who are just making sure that everything's working happy. I'm happy to report everything looks cool at the moment, and I really hope you're enjoying the live stream from the ship. My name's Leighton, I'm the lead marine technician on board. This cruise at the moment is to investigate hydrothermal vent activity in the Mariana back arc, so we'll be visiting a number of vents over the coming days. Unfortunately, over the last 2 days the weather has been against us, so we were unable to dive. We were looking at sea states over 3 meters and wind speeds in excess of 30 knots, which is quite a lot for an ROV to operate in. In a moment I'll hand you back to our scientist.
What's up? We're gonna pick up and move a little bit.
Okay.
Let's maybe just switch slowly right and look around and head towards the white smoke.
Okay, so we hopefully should have some good footage in a moment. We're going to lift the vehicle off the seabed and head towards some of the white smoke.
I want to go towards where there's some active venting and look for some solid sulfur crust.
See, it looks like we've kind of come south and
At the moment, we our principal scientist, Mr. David Butterfield, is discussing with our pilot, Jason, about the next course of action. So, our research vessel Falco is currently 400 meters above SuBastian as it moves along the seabed. It's controlled by an armored umbilical, which sends messages and receives video up and down. Our pilots manipulate the vehicle from the surface. It's rather like a video game. You press forward, the vehicle goes forward. You go left, you go right. You can rotate the vehicle. And it's cool, you just see one video feed, whereas in fact we have a dozen or so high-def video feeds from down under the seabed, so we can see all around us as we go along. We can see our samples that are in the jar, we can see the seabed behind us, around us. I know. Our pilots are having a discussion on the best way to go at the moment. You may be wondering how exactly we find our way around down here. So Falco has a number of advanced systems on board for tracking vehicles and for mapping the seabed. I'll just break there. We've actually found some vent in here. So as you can see, there's a white cloud, and I'll now hand you over to David Butterfield, Chief Scientist, who will explain what you're seeing.
All right, thanks, Leighton. Thanks, Leighton. I'm Dave Butterfield from the University of Washington, out here on the research vessel Falcor with the SuBastian ROV on its very first science dive, which is going great so far. We're at Daikoku volcano in the northern Mariana Arc, at about 21 degrees north. And this is an active volcano. It erupted in December of 2014. The view you see right now is some white smoke-like particles coming up out of the seafloor. That's mostly fine particulate sulfur that's coming up. And we can see some gas bubbles coming out of the ground here as well. There's in the background there's some sulfur crust, adjusting the iris light level at the moment to get a better view.
how would you think? Think we can land in the light smoke, or should we not land in any of that?
I'd say none of it is very hot.
Okay.
But
there's a central center there. Do you want us to? We can actually come in maybe this angle.
Yeah. So if you look here, the bubbles coming out along that crack, and the gray smoke that's in there. I want to try to get some temperature measurements of that, and probably just use the fluid sampler for it. Otherwise, we'll have to switch back and forth between the temperature probe and the fluid sampler. No, temperature's not really a problem here.
Well, okay, so if we kind of rotate 45 and just kind of place ourselves right in front of the house right here, because they won't be bubbles here, right? Yeah.
You don't want bubbles in particular.
Well,
where the area is.
I think the grayish smoke as opposed to the really, well, I want to try both and see what kind of temperatures we can get on the fluid sampler to take some samples with. And in just beyond this, you can see there's some sulfur crust. I saw it a moment ago. Yeah, right there on the left. And so we want to also get over there and look for fish on top of that sulfur crust.
Take a sample from the crust.
Yeah.
Kind of rotate like that. We might be able to keep going around. Right. Kind of. That'll get you on the up current side so that the smoke's blown away from you. Yeah.
So the white clouds are produced by magmatic sulfur dioxide gas that reacts with seawater and forms this elemental sulfur, particulate sulfur. Mostly you think of that as being the yellow, which you can see it is in places on the seafloor where it's oozed out as a molten liquid sulfur. But when it makes fine particles, they appear white in the water column. You can see the gas bubbles coming up out of the cracks here. That's magmatic gas that's coming up from the magma chamber down below us. This location on this near the summit at about 400 meters depth it seems to be the more or less permanent location of where the magmatic gases are coming out of this volcano. And when we drove over it this morning with the ship using the sonar, you could see a big plume of gas bubbles coming up from this general location on the volcano. Yeah, if that source of the gray smoke in the bubbles looks like it's going to be within reach of the fluid sampler intake, that's good. Interesting, some of these bubbles look like they have a coating on them. A filmy coating on the outside of the bubbles, rather than just a pure gas. So there's probably some kind of a hydrate that's on there. If that's true, these probably are relatively low temperature where they're coming out. Okay, what do we have on the fluid sampler here? Turn this on. So these vents are obviously very easy to find because they put out so much white smoke, but smoke also obscures the view, so it can be difficult to work around them.
So this is a hot fluid sampler?
Yeah, hot fluid sampler, we'll use that.
Crust is not all the way up. Let me get the hot fluid sampler over first.
You talking about location for the trap?
Did you see the fish on the sulfur crust up to the left?
I saw the crust, I didn't really see the fish on it
Fish
yet.
on top.
Okay. Nice flat spot for your trap. Yeah, that's a good feature of these sulfur pond surfaces. They're nice and flat. Bill's behind us, I think.
When they place a mark,
Put a marker?
what do they call it? A marker, not one of our markers, one of their markers.
Oh.
A navigation marker.
Okay.
We could ask them to do that once we start sampling and things are calm.
Okay.
That's just holding it up.
So right now the manipulator is about to take hold of the fluid sampler intake nozzle again. You can see the titanium jaws about to grab those stack of 3 hockey pucks that we put on top of the nozzle for a handle. Yeah, it's Canadian influence. And it's a titanium intake nozzle with a temperature sensor in the tip, and we pull the water back through that with a big pump that has a filter on it, and then we can select from 24 different types of different individual sample containers or filters to get chemistry or microbiology samples from the water that we pull through the system.
The current changes on the slope there. Too far back.
Yeah, now you can see we're being covered by white clouds of sulfur smoke. Lots of gas bubbles are coming up right here.
Back up a little bit. Give it a minute so it's clearing up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll just see if it will clear. We could see pretty well when we first landed. Do you think the thrusters are drawing water towards us? No, it just...
I don't know if the smoke just started coming underneath us a little bit.
Okay.
When it disturbed it.
I think the current change because it blew out and shit.
Look above look at our umbilical cord.
Yeah, it's surrounding the whole vehicle.
Might just be in the soil that
Yeah, maybe let's back up and get a view of it and see where we can ease in.
Turn to starboard. Towards where that crust was. Oh, okay, you would rather go to the crust? Well, just like that was clear. Right. I'm not sure where.
So yeah, we've got two sampling goals here. One, get a measure of the temperature and the fluid chemistry in these cracks, and then two, go to the sulfur crust and catch some more fish. Put the fish trap out and get a piece of solid sulfur. Yeah. And we would, if we have the HFS already in the grip, then we probably want to make a few spot measurements on top of the sulfur crust also. So we can back off and see if we can see anything here. This is just like a very mild version of what these things look like when they're erupting. Because when they erupt, there's just a gigantic cloud of sulfur and gases that come out and make a huge cloud around the entire summit of the volcano and up into the water column. And this is more just a slow, steady leaking of gas and the sulfur that comes from the reaction of that gas with water. There's gas bubbles just streaming out of the seafloor all around here. Presumably deeper down in the center of what you might think of as a gas conduit or pipe coming from the magma chamber, there's probably a lot more gas bubbles coming out. But that might be an area that we couldn't see anything in, so we're just kind of sitting around the edge of it here. Well, yeah, stirred up a bit of sediment, and the sediment's just full of all this fine particulate stuff. Yeah. Up a little with that one too. Okay. Trying to work our way into a good position here. You're looking at the front of the ROV. There's 2 boxes out there with lids, clear plastic lids that we can open and close with hydraulic function. Those we call the bio boxes. We can take animal samples or delicate samples of rocks or minerals and place them in those boxes, which have compartments in them, and keep the lid closed so that they're protected on the way back up. In the left side box, we've got a small fish trap that we want to put out shortly and see if the bait we have in there will attract any fish. I'm not sure what Verena has used for bait this time. Last year it was cat food. Okay, yeah, there's a nice crust there. Yeah, where is the current going? Is that, but that's kind of down in a hole where the smoke's coming from. If we land off on the left there, do you think you can reach down to that with the fluid sampler? It doesn't look like a very good slope for that. Yeah, nice. Nice. So that sulfur crust indicates that this site has essentially filled up with molten sulfur previously and flowed out over that rim, and then the hole, the depression or small crater you might call it, has receded back. Yeah, it does look flat. Yeah, maybe we could try to land over there. And there's a crab on the sulfur flow. Several crabs. It doesn't seem to do auto iris. And it also will adjust whether that's on or off. So yeah.
How's the positioning here? Do you want to turn 45 and kind of focus on that crust?
Well, I need to get at where that smoke is coming out, and or where the gas bubbles are coming out. It's tough because you got smoke coming up down below on the right. And at the moment, if we land there, I don't know. I mean, you could try landing right in there, and why don't we try that? And see if you can reach that small bit of smoke that's right in the upper middle. There are a lot of crabs here, yeah. So you'd be facing right down slope? Yeah, that's probably not going to work too well.
I can come from all right again. Check over where we were. See if I can find a better position.
Yeah, why don't we do that? See if you can get around the smoke on the right side. I see a lot coming from that way, but I don't know if it's.
That's right on 1.1.
Yeah. You had good nav, yeah.
Sorry? Yeah. Yeah.
What are the two different dots? One says waypoint, what's the other one?
I assume they're just returning their data, so they connect that waypoint. So
Oh, so they wanted to maybe just like the offset.
the fish trap.
Right. But it's the same time.
Did you want to? You said you want to put a nav target or a
Once
nav
they're-
marker
When we put out...
when
the
we
fish-
sample?
When we sample and put out that fish trap,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we can get back there.
And we'll have that relative to what we called waypoint 1.
Right. I think when we first landed, it was, you can see we were 10 meters to the east of the waypoint is what I've been calling this place.
Okay.
Well, where we took the first samples. We were 10
Yeah.
meters east.
Okay.
I didn't actually count the squares. I guessed.
Right. Okay. So ROV Sebastian is trying to work its way around this cloudy water and get in a position where we can see where the smoky water is coming out with gas bubbles, warm water, and lots of particulate sulfur. It's making the visibility very poor right now. Depth 405. Some bright white microbial mat in there probably around the edges of what looks like a sulfur crust. The volcanic emissions sort of go through cycles here. Magmatic gas coming out of the magma chamber has sulfur dioxide in it, along with a lot of CO2, some hydrogen, a little bit of methane, and but the most acidic and reactive gas among those is the sulfur dioxide. And when that gas mixes with the seawater in the sub-sea floor that's permeable, and seawater percolates down in there, interacts with that magnetic gas, and it forms elemental sulfur, and that makes either these fine particles, or it can, if it's in a warmer area, it'll accumulate as a liquid, molten sulfur, and over time you can sort of saturate the crust here with elemental sulfur, and when there's enough of it down there, it can, during volcanic eruptions, when magma's coming up, it can melt all that sulfur and force it out the surface as a big sulfur flow. We've also seen places where there's more or less constant supply of sulfur gases that create a pond of molten sulfur, and those ponds can at times overflow their banks and flow down the hillside. Now we're starting to get a clean view. So, I mean,
That's probably not a bad spot right?
yeah, for the fluid sampling, yeah, if you can get up right at the base of those streams of gases and smoke. Okay, we've worked our way around to the downslope side of these vents, which is where we want to be. It's kind of hard to sample facing downhill, and fortunately for us, the smoke is blowing up the hillside at the moment.
Oh, you have it up?
Okay, we've been running our pH sensors as we're going along, getting variable pH as we go through these smoke plumes. Looks like we got a drop of about 1 pH unit just in the water above these sites. It just tells you that they're probably loaded with sulfur dioxide, because that's the strong acid that makes these it turns into basically sulfuric acid coming out of here.
Why are we particularly interested in this area?
In this area? Meaning this area of the volcano?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're not at the very summit of the volcano right now, but we're at the spot where the magmatic gases seem to be escaping. So when we were looking at this volcano this morning on the multi-beam sonar, you could see a big plume of gas bubbles coming up off of the volcano, and it went right down to this general vicinity at about 400 meters depth, near the summit, but not right at it. And it's a bit off to the side of where the big crater is. So for whatever reason, the plumbing of the magmatic system here is such that the magmatic gas seems to be concentrated in this spot. And it seems to have been at this spot since we started looking at it back in 2004 and 2006. Because we see these sulfur features here, the sulfur ponds, and those are a result of the magmatic gas converting into sulfur and accumulating over time. So that's why we're here right now, because this is where the magmatic gas and venting is concentrated on the volcano. And we're gonna look at a couple other sites on the volcano as well, but for right now we're focusing on where the gas is coming out. We want to get some samples of the fluids and gases that are escaping right here, and try to also get a measure of what the chemical conditions are like where these fish are living, because we think they have chemosynthetic symbionts in them, and understanding the chemical environment can help us get a handle on what possible metabolic activity those symbiotic microbes might be handling for the fish. So, time to sample. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so this is number 4, right?
Okay, I got the pumps on, and we can try. Well, let's see what we have here. If we have molten sulfur, I definitely don't want to suck that up into the sampler. I'm going to turn the pump off for a minute. We do have bubbles.
Coming out of the same hole.
We got filmy looking bubbles. Oh, there's some nice warm water on the left. It's probably very acidic and... Oh no, what? So you see the sort of clear shimmering water just to the left of the smoke, just beyond that little lead right here. It looks like we got some hot water coming out right there. Yeah, it's like in the center you have a gas stream that's hot, and then around it you got seawater that's being heated up and reacting with the sediments. It's not like mid-ocean ridge vents where there's a really deep reaction zone and fluids rise up for a kilometer or so. Yeah, right down in there. Okay.
Do you want to go to the left a little more?
You can put it down lower. Down a little. Yeah, that's a good highlight. Okay, right about there. Let's try that. That crab's coming up out of the hole. Okay, flush pump is back on. Oh yeah, our rear view. I guess on one of these screens we need the rear view camera?
Put it down below the, how about that little one next to the nav screen?
Sure. In fact, that nav screen is a
We don't,
duplicate,
yeah.
so we don't really need that there because we've got it on there.
No problem.
All right.
What's the temperature like?
What are you going to be taking?
The temperature so far is just 15.4, so it's only a couple degrees above background.
What will you be taking?
A piston sample. Have you got it locked there, Jason? Or okay. It's only like 2 degrees above ambient. The
Oh, it's just 1 degree under here.
Might be different. Start pumping.
I got the pumps on.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe we should move it a little. There's got to be something warmer than 1 degree anomaly. Turn that.
Constantly looks exactly like a fuel one.
I don't know.
How does that? Is there any temperature there?
That is about the same. 15. Well, you could try it right over the source of that white smoke then and see what that gives us.
Gonna
Okay, that is going up a little there.
it's going up.
17. Okay.
Lower to the left a little bit more, or to the right?
Wait a minute.
We're going up. $19. Okay, try either lowering it or moving it back towards us. Okay, let's see what that does. There's the rear view, that's okay. Okay. 24. That's going up. 26.
Can't really see the tip.
That's no, we can't see the tip, but
It's okay.
I think it's in the sediment.
30.
Yeah, I think that tip is actually in the sediment, but that's working. Yeah, it's working okay. pH has dropped down about almost 3 units from background, so it's reading about 5.2. And that is on, right? Okay. Okay, that's 40 degrees. That's pretty good. T2, the back end is warming up, 22. That means all the plumbing is good. pH still dropping. pH down to 5. Our calibration might be a little bit off here. It's probably actually lower than this reading. pH going down, 4.5. So it's sulfuric acid from the magmatic gas is what's driving most of the chemistry here. I think that's looking pretty good. I think I will take a sample. So I'm going to stop the sensors. Oh, did we say HFS sensor reading? Yes,
Okay. Well, I can.
you got that. Yeah, let's put that in there
Okay.
to mark it.
We don't know if that really works, but they're doing it
Okay.
somewhere.
Okay. So we were doing an HFS sensor reading. That'll be obvious in this record anyway. But okay. So I'm stopping that. So we got down to pH 4.1, and probably subtract like half a unit from that for calibration. And I move to taking a couple of pistons, piston 2 and 3, one at a time. Position is good. We got 65 degrees, 67 degrees. Still going up. pH is now just going to sit there because I've turned that pump off, and whatever's in that sensor will just continue to sit there and cool off. Wow, temperature up to 70, 73. Yeah, it'll be a good sample. Probably have a lot of gas in it. Okay, so we're on piston 2. I'm going to set this to take a 600 milliliter sample.
Have to wait to hit the button.
Okay, are you ready? Ready to log?
I'm ready to capture the time.
Okay, starting the sample.
Ben asked you to flush the sensors. Whatever that means.
I will after
The sample.
after we sample.
Okay.
I'm not going to take it out.
I think I should get.
It's 70 degrees.
I'm worried it'll break my bag.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't put it in your LVB.
But
No,
we could
you'd
get-
probably blow it up.
We got a filter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
do a filter.
Okay.
Sure. 70 degrees, why not?
yeah, it's a special temperature.
Yeah.
It is. It's the Goldilocks zone.
Uh-huh. Hyperthermophile zone. See what kind of bugs like extreme acid.
What is the pH?
Well, it wasn't that low, but it, you know, I got down to 4.1,
That's low for instance.
and probably subtract a half because our calibration is a little bit off.
You got 4K highlights going.
Yeah. No,
Crabs are checking out the fluid sampler intake. Climbing on board the ROV. Oh, no, just climbing over. The sample is running. I forgot to check the rear view. I can't tell if so the upper one, I can't tell if there's.
Okay, we're going to turn off the highlights, see what happens.
So temperature's still 70?
Temperature is 70. Quite steady. Okay. Sample type is a titanium piston. Oh, look at that crab. He's right underneath that sulfur slab. Huh. That's funny. Did he? I didn't notice when he did that. Did he just crawl right under that?
Yeah.
Huh.
Kind of working his way under it. There was another one over here earlier. I guess it's up here now. Oh, yeah.
Hiding, huh? Or making himself a shelter. Okay, this sample's. We're sampling. We're pretty steady near 70 degrees. Getting towards the end of the first piston sample, and I guess we probably should, after this dive, try to adjust the exhaust for the sample pump, because I can't tell if anything's happening there or not. That's working fine. Yeah, that's working well. So in the past, when I've sampled fluids like this, since they're really acidic and they're coming up through this volcanic sand, they're basically dissolving that sand as they go and picking up iron and silica, and in some cases aluminum that are the main components of the volcanic rock. And basically they're just dissolving the rock as they come up through it. Okay, that sample's done. And Ready for some comments? Okay. T max was 74.3. Average 69.7. Volume 602. T2 is around 40. And it's volcaniclastic sand near gas bubbles and sulfur smoke. All right, and I'm gonna go on and take sample piston number 3 from the same spot. Okay. No hurry, I'm just getting ready. Okay. You're quick. Oh, sure. Yeah. He's hiding under a sulfur slab.
And I just asked Dave if I could do a comment on the crabs. I'm Verena Tunnicliffe. I'm one of the biologists on board, and you're looking at this beautiful, angry little face of a crab, which is an endemic to hot vents. He has a very, very thick carapace, and these are predatory crabs. And you notice all the little hairs on the legs, really pronounced, lots of bacteria growing on them. This group of crabs is a family of crabs called the Bithygraidae. The Bithygraid crabs are only found at hydrothermal vents, but all throughout the world. So it's this group of crabs that has evolved very specifically to live at hydrothermal vents. And the one you're looking at here has a lovely name. It's called Gandalfus williamsi, named after our Gandalf, the wizard. And you can see how the little crab is avoiding the big one. These guys are cannibals, and the big crabs will attack the little ones, rip them apart. They're quite, they've got big claws, and many of them you'll see with dark tips on them. Sometimes they get their little legs and arms into the molten sulfur, and they'll actually get sulfur deposits on the ends. So I think they're just cruising around looking for anything in terms of food, like polychaetes or other little animals that they can get to. Amazing biomass here.
Let's let the camera just sit.
You want to stay there?
Yeah, just no zoom. Just let it sit.
Oh, you want me to zoom out?
Just leave it sit still for a bit.
Okay, can I borrow your mic a second? Do you click on it?
So here we are looking, and their face kind of looks like this little angry little face. It's interesting if you look at them under a microscope. Thanks. If you look at them under a microscope, you'll find that they have no eyes. Usually, if you think about eating your crab, you've got two big black beady eyes. These crabs have lost them in evolution, so they have no visual system. Instead, they know what's going on by using their sensory. They're chemosensory, so they have really acute chemosensory, so they can sense chemicals in the water and also vibrations. They know the submersible is here. As SuBastian is sitting there, it's the submotors are going, and they can feel those vibrations. But you notice how active they are. So just always trying to reposition, trying to get some sense of where there might be some sort of food source. And I find it very interesting, these crabs were not over on the sediments with all the fish. Instead, they're over here where the high temperature is and where the sulfur is. So again, a little bit of a mystery as to what they're doing and how they're being sustained.
Yeah, we could get the close one, right? In case it's less cloudy. What? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Just what the distribution, what I think it might be.
Yep.
we can actually switch the stream and talk about the different cameras, but how we track the vehicle, the pilot stream, just like, you know, if you get bored of it.
Okay. 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 All right, I temporarily lost track of my sample, which is done, so we'll stop that. And report a few sample numbers here. So, piston 3, we got Tmax 70.5, average temperature 68.8, volume 603, T2 about 35, and same location. Oh, there's a little tiny crab being chased. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Going to move the camera a bit and have a look at some submersible gauges.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Is that payload?
And I think I will go back to our sensors and take another sensor reading. So we want to add a nav marker here too for this site.
Do you want to do that, or do you want to wait till you deploy the fish?
We'll do one right here.
Are you doing a sensor reading right now?
I'm about to, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. A little under 9. Some motors under 9. The dip is at 7.
Currently reporting some
A little over 7.
ROV vital statistics to make sure everything's working okay. Looking at the gauges that tell you the basically the oil pressure level in the oil-filled containers that have those electronics in them. If they start to drop, it means you're losing oil somewhere and may soon have a problem. Piston 2 and 3 took. All right, so get another sensor reading here. Turn that back on. Okay, so this is about 70-degree water.
So it's on now?
So this hydrothermal fluid sampler, we call it the Beast. It's big, it's got lots of sample containers, and somewhat difficult to install on a vehicle, but SuBastian has a really great spot for it in the back of the vehicle, which they kept open for this, large instrument. And so we're pumping the water back from this front of the vehicle through this inlet nozzle and a Teflon lined hose, and we can divert the fluid to go through some sensors that we have on there. There's a pH and an oxygen sensor, as well as a temperature sensor. And so we're getting a reading now of what the pH of this water is, and it looks like it's dropped down to 3.3. To be adjusted later by a recalibration, but I'm guessing it's probably actually below 3 and probably more like a 2.7, but we'll take care of that after the dive. So that's some pretty acidic water. Temperature is currently going down, so fish may not want to live on these sediments. They're probably too hot and too acidic. The crabs, though, are hanging around here. Can only speculate why. potentially this water might be lethal to fish, and if the fish happen to get caught in it, the crabs might be standing by to nab them if they're stunned or killed by the sulfite-rich water that's coming out of these vents. Because the warm water coming out of here is probably too acidic for any animal to live in it. Okay, so that's a pretty good shot of the crabs. We'll let that. Did we already get highlights of this?
We got highlights of the one. I'll get this.
Let's just get a brief crab and vent highlight right there. And how's the, adjust the iris a bit. Focus, I guess, is fine. Would everyone say the focus is fine? Okay, I won't mess with it then.
It looks really good on the big screen.
Okay, good.
And now they're moving on.
Are we going to take my sample now?
Oh, yes, filter sample. Thank you.
Phew.
Thank you. I was about to say it's time to move on, but okay. We won't move. We're going to sit here and take a filter sample. So let's say we're done with that pH reading. Again, we got down to about 3.2.
So temperature has dropped a bit?
Yeah, but it's still 60. And I say I don't think we want to try moving it,
okay,
because we may never get back to what we were sampling.
I'm not sure where the...
And this is, this is pretty extreme pH. It's basically just down in the sediment. Okay, so preference for filter number. You've got 10, 11, 13. I would say either 13 or 14, since they're both connected directly on that same tray.
13, let's do.
Okay.
15's the one we didn't rig, right?
Yes. You want to double check that, but okay.
Tell me when you start.
All right, I'm going to select 13. Okay. Oh, nice shot of the crab and the yellow sulfur, volcanic sand. You can see he just kicked one of those sulfur globs that have been thrown out and rained down with their long tails.
Yep, that's right. No.
Okay.
15.
Okay. So 13. So volume. What do you want?
3 liters.
Okay. We'll punch in 3,000 here, and we're starting filter number 13.
Now?
Yep.
Right. I'm listening next door.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Okay. So we are, although you can't tell it from the camera, we're taking another sample. So we've still got the fluid sampler intake in the same spot, sort of buried down in the sediment, and it's getting 60 degree C water.
Filter piston number 13.
No, this is a say DNA filter. Yeah, say DNA filter number 13. Yeah. So what we're doing now is this water that we have flowing through the manifold, we're diverting it through a filter that collects the whatever particles are in that water, and usually in these places a lot of those particles are microbes, although we're not quite sure what microbes might be able to live in this type of fluid, since it's pretty hot, but it's also very acidic. So it's within the range that hyperthermophiles can grow in, and presumably if we get something here, it's going to be something that really likes acidic conditions. So we're going to pull 3 liters of water through a filter that has a little reservoir beneath it. Once we stop pulling the water through, the preservative will seep up through some holes and fix the RNA as well as preserve the DNA. But its main function is to stop the RNA from decaying, and the RNA will tell us what microbes are actually active in these waters that are actively growing. Boy, some little tiny crabs there, huh? As Verena was saying, I guess they have to avoid being eaten by the larger ones.
So I just saw one flatfish float past, but then before we were seeing loads of flatfish. What's the difference in these two areas?
Yeah, so this area, yeah, you look at, we're looking at an overhead view down on this crack that's got gases and gas bubbles and smoky fluid coming out of it, and the other area was a lot cooler. So this is closer to the gas vent. It's hotter and it's more acidic, so it might be beyond the range that the flatfish want to live in. I think the fluid pH is probably one of the main driving factors for where you can see fish and where they won't be. If you get into the most concentrated gas-rich fluids here, their pH can be down to as low as 1, which would probably kill just anything that happened to wander into it. So one of the things we're hoping to figure out is what is the range of pH that these fish will tolerate. I've tried to find some articles in general on what fish can handle in terms of pH, and there isn't much that's out there. What I have seen is that for freshwater fish, if you get below a pH of 5, they just die. So that's too acidic for them. We were seeing pHs of around 5 at the other site where the fish were swimming around at the surface. So they're sort of fluttering around between the ambient ocean pH of 7.5 or so in this spot right here, and that subsurface pH that might get as low as 5 in the cool areas, but here it's getting down below 3. So we're not seeing any fish right here. They seem to prefer the cooler spots.
And we can't zoom out the science cam to get a broader view, or do you want to just look at the crab?
Yeah, we can back it up. Is it on highlight still, or it's not? Okay. In general instructions for good video were, don't zoom back and forth a lot, but get it close in and get a wide out. So let's.
Nice to have a view like the pilot cam.
Okay. That maybe in a little bit. Want me to go up? All right. Sure. A little up, or there's a fish. Let's see what he does.
Went right over the crab.
He does. He didn't like that.
Yeah.
He didn't like going over that hot water. So. Yeah.
Floating around, but they're not too happy.
Yeah, I mean, that fish just flew over this area and felt that warm water and skedaddled out of here. So, yeah. So, they definitely seem to avoid right around the magmatic gas vent sites. Now, what do we got there? Just a bunch of different colored globs of sulfur.
They stay there.
Yeah, let's get that one. So we're looking at a little chimney here that's apparently formed from small blobs of sulfur oozing out of this spot and building up. I don't know how you'd compare that. It's you know, kind of like squeezing little bits of toothpaste out of a toothpaste tube and having them freeze in place. And you can see the gas bubbles coming out the top of those little chimlets. They've got a white coating on them. I don't know for sure what that is. It might be particulate sulfur. I think it's too hot here for that to be a gas hydrate. Gas hydrates are sort of a combination of gas and ice crystals that form under high pressure, low temperature conditions. So you can have methane or hydrogen sulfide, even CO2. They can all form a gas hydrate. It's sometimes called a clathrate, but it's basically a water ice cage around a gas molecule. But I think this is too hot for that, so the white filmy stuff on the outside might be just elemental sulfur that's forming as that SO2 gas interacts with the water. Just that's a theory, at least, for what that might be.
Would we want to sample those chimneys?
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, we could sample them.
I mean,
they're not
do you want?
interesting with the middle chimneys for me.
Right.
They are. It would be the same as a sulfur crust.
Mm-hmm. That's up to you, Heidi. If you want to try to get one, we could, but we would need to put it in one of the bio boxes.
I just don't know.
The scoop would work well for it, probably. You couldn't grab it. You couldn't grab it with the manipulator. I mean, the only hope is you might scoop it and have it stay more or less intact. I don't know what you know what you intend to analyze on these things.
Just the last time we got the sulfur crust, and it would just give us an idea of things have changed over time.
Right.
In the salt composition. So
you were doing trace elements like you said, selenium and.
Yeah, well, it was all Cornell stuff. It wasn't my stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be good to get a piece of sulfur or a couple pieces of sulfur to see what.
Yeah.
So it could be this or it could be sulfur crust. I don't know if this is more desirable than the other.
Well, try to get you both. I mean,
we're just sitting here.
This seems to be something that comes out over longer time, maybe from, you know, enough sulfur eventually accumulating in these conduits that it comes out in little blobs. And
I mean, if it did manage to stay whole, it could be really interesting. We're sitting here. Why don't we try?
well, we're locked into holding that right where it is.
I can't do 2 samples.
We probably better just sit and do this one sample first and then try it. Still discussing if we want to collect it or not, but I don't know. It would be interesting to look at, if nothing else, just to see how that is held together. It's kind of like just little blobs of sulfur soldered together.
Lousy soldering.
Yeah.
It's almost like you have molten sulfur down there. It's getting pumped up every now and then.
Yeah, exactly. Like you've got a gas conduit and surrounded by sulfur, and somehow at times the conduit gets a blob of molten sulfur in it and forces it out with the gas pressure behind it and comes up in a little blob. So it's a bit different than when you've got a giant pool of the stuff. I don't know, it might be an interesting comparison to but it's funny, it's like there's not much mineralogy here. It's
No.
just sulfur.
Yeah. But so we did analyze from Daikoku traces in the sulfur.
Yeah.
So to see how they change over time, that would be interesting.
If I were analyzing, I would want that. But so it's like Christmas shopping. You know? Well, would I want
Well,
this?
the crab wants it.
Don't give somebody a present that you wouldn't want yourself. I would want that, so I would tend to say, yeah, let's sample it. It's, huh? Take what you need, yes, yes. I think we need it. Look at that crab.
He's trying to get it first. I think
These crabs don't seem to mind that really acidic water too much. It's interesting. You know, you look at all the different volcanoes that we've been to, and this acidic gases are coming out of a lot of the arc volcanoes, and in some cases there's so much fluid coming out that you get zones where there just are basically no animals at all. And on the same volcanoes, you get away from that a little bit and you see, you know, shrimp, crabs, in some cases the flatfish. So the level of acid coming out seems to be a limiting factor in where animals can live. I'd like to know what is the cutoff in pH for where, you know, you can get fish or shrimp. At Northwest Rhoda, which is down south from here, there's lots of shrimp living on that volcano, and they're in most of the places. In this other spot called Volcano O, we went through different depth ranges where this big crater was basically filled with acidic water, and there were no animals living there at all. But if you drop down 15 or 20 meters, then you would see shrimp swimming around. So there seems to be a tolerance limit of pH for some of these animals. And I guess the other part of why we're out here and looking at, I mean, our plan was to go to the back arc where the weather is bad right now and we can't get to, but we want to look at differences in these really acidic arc volcanoes like this one versus the more neutral pH and deeper back arc vent sites. I mean, they have very obviously different animal communities that live at those two different volcanoes, and part of what we're trying to figure out is, okay, since the larvae are probably floating around everywhere out here and able to, traverse fairly long distances in the ocean somehow, why don't the larvae from the back arc sites colonize these arc volcanoes? Well, the depth difference could certainly be one thing, because it's, you may be able to drift long distances, but if your larvae are coming out at 4,000 meters depth, they're probably never going to make it up to 400 or 500 meters depth. But still, given enough time, you would think that the depth range in the back arc would allow larvae to get up to this level over millions of years. So one hypothesis is that the larvae from those back arc organisms just will not settle or will not be able to colonize these acidic environments on the arc, and the organisms from the arc adapted to low pH conditions just won't settle on the back arc sites. So that's sort of the big big picture that we're trying to look at for how the tectonic and the chemical environment affect what the biological communities are at these sites. We're done? Okay. Sample done. And we can put away the fluid sampler intake. Okay, so if we're going to scoop that chimney, we got to decide which box we're going to put it in. So I'm wondering if Verena has preferences on that. I think we were thinking the divided small bio box in front would be where we put the solid samples. So if Verena's listening, I guess I would propose scooping this and putting it in the starboard small bio box in the forward corner. How many divisions we got there?
I don't know if it's 2 or 4.
Is it?
It was accurate? Yeah. Should be. So this one has 2, 4. You're talking about there's a scoop in there.
Okay. So that says it's divided front to back?
What says?
Okay.
Yes, it is.
It is. Okay. Yeah. Where do you think we should stow this? If we grab that little sulfur chimlet with a scoop,
That could go in one of those two.
starboard side small bio box.
Let's get some numbers. Right?
Okay.
I think I got, but where's T2?
T2. We've moved it now, but I would say it was 35. Okay, so you got the 67 and the 59.9.
No.
Yeah, you got 67.2 and 59. 0.9, 0.5.
So it's everywhere.
Okay. And same site as 2 pistons. Pistons 2 and 3, whatever. Okay, so we're stowing the fluid sampler nozzle and
So that was equal to SO6, so just grab it from the other side.
while we're doing that, I'm flushing the acid out of the sampler, and I'm gonna flush out the pH sensor. Which was still reading 3.8 from the water that was sitting in it. So flush that out of there. Nicely done. How do you guys like the nozzle setup?
Seems to be working really well.
Good. Yeah, it seems to be quite smooth as far as, stretching in and out.
Yeah, I actually cut down your little nozzle thing, not nozzle thing, the bolster.
Yeah.
It actually goes through the porch now, so it allows me to drop it like 3.5 inches.
That's where
Oh, okay.
Get on it a little bit easier.
It sits down lower. Okay. Cool.
So, what would you like to do?
I think we probably need the metal scoop to scoop up one of those little chimlets that are formed from a bunch of blobs of sulfur sticking together.
Maybe. I wonder if I can go
We'll use the metal one. Yeah. So is this another first time for all the tools? Have you got
Well, we've done
on
the
the-
sample before.
done a suction?
We've done the temperature probe before.
Okay.
And we've done the scoop.
You have done the scoop?
Results.
Okay. Scooping up sediments in the somewhere off of Guam?
Yeah.
Okay.
Little trinkets.
Yeah.
Single water can.
that back over. Well, doing that right now. you are going to put this in that forward bio box in the back? Look at Heidi's diagram.
I'll put it wherever you guys think we should. Yeah, number 5 maybe?
Number 5, yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
I mean, it would probably fit in the smaller one on the port side. We'll see what it looks like in the scoop.
Doesn't fall apart.
Yeah. So trying to sample things like this with the manipulator, they would typically just fall into many pieces and you end up getting nothing. So this scoop should be really good for that. It's the very first dive of this ROV and it's going extremely well. I'm just very impressed. Yeah. Everybody's knocking. No, we're not superstitious at all. So we got 2 titanium manipulator arms on this vehicle. We're going to use the port side one now. Port equals left, in case that isn't clear. So this is a feed scoop, basically, right? Or larger version of the scoops you see in supermarket bins.
Set it down.
Oh, that's soft stuff.
Oh, really, just whirling like quicksand.
Not gonna hold it. Okay, I don't see Leighton. Would anybody else care to say anything to the YouTube folks? I know Leighton would. Not here. Okay, we've got the scoop in hand. Okay, our goal is to get to scoop up, say, yeah, one of those in the center view. Yeah,
Okay.
So we're going to scoop up these little chimlets made of sulfur blobs. Again, all this sandy sediment here is volcaniclastic sand that was blasted out of the eruptive vent here, along with a lot of molten sulfur. So, sorry, again, we're sitting next to a volcanic gas vent. All this volcaniclastic sand here was ejected out of a volcanic vent during an eruption, along with molten sulfur that was blasted up into the water and formed little marble-like spheres of sulfur with long tails coming off of them, which suggests that they were blasted out at a pretty high velocity, and then solidified or froze in the water as they were coming down. And so those little sulfur balls with tails are strewn all around the seafloor here. We're near the site of the volcanic gas conduit that comes out and is releasing all these bubbles that go up into the water column. You can see them. You can see the column of bubbles coming up through the water using the ship's sonar. And right now we are trying to sample these small little sulfur chimlets that are coming out of this vent site where we just finished sampling water and took a 3-liter sample for looking at the microbes that might be living in that water. They'll be pretty extreme microbes since the pH here is extremely low. It's probably less than 3. We'll figure that out when we get our water samples back on deck tonight. You can see some white material on the rocks behind this vent. That could be microbial mat growing on there. It's a little hard to tell. We can maybe zoom on that after we take the sample, or it
looks like this is just...
it might just be sulfur, but okay, here we go with the scoop. Okay, it's got a solid root down to it. Using this metal scoop to pick up these chimneys. Okay, here they come. Okay. All right. So, final decision. Starboard bio box. Back. Number 5.
Let me stop and get a picture of you.
Okay. Yeah. Let's. Okay. We'll take a. Are we doing frame grabs? They're doing them automatically, right?
I'm doing frame.
You're doing.
I am.
Okay.
This is number 7, Heidi? Yes? Yes. Okay.
Okay, that's good. All right, there's a nice zoom of the chimney. You can sort of see the opening conduit coming up on the bottom. That's really intact. That's nice. Hopefully that'll survive.
You get a good scoop.
That's good. Yeah, great scoop. That works really well. If you had to grab that with the manipulators, it would just fall into 100 pieces. So that's a nice looking sample. You can see the conduit, little channel going up through the center of it. Okay, got the frame grab?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, we can try stowing that in the
Where do you want it?
starboard side, small bio box aft.
Okay, that's perfect.
Starboard side aft, is that starboard side forward compartment?
Okay, so the,
I don't care which compartment really, but does the forward one have something in it?
yes.
So starboard small bio box.
Camera rack all the way back.
Do we have it on slow speed now, or is it going to go?
Just do it very lightly. Tray up.
Yeah, we tried taking some up here, some of these frame books, and we just zoomed out, but we can pick it up. I'm sure we get it, okay? Because if you want them to, I think if you want to put the camera out a little more to get rid of that halo. Yeah.
It's a.
Right.
You don't know that you have the sample until it's actually in the box, right?
That's right.
So,
I'm gonna have a lot of diluting to do.
so yeah, you don't have the sample until it's actually in the box. So that's the final step here.
Or until it's back in the ship.
Oh, true. Till you actually have it in your hand in the lab.
It's logged.
Yeah. Once it gets in that bio box, though, it's pretty safe. I mean,
It's just that
something
biobox
really
there.
bad would happen to not get it back at that point. Okay, the lid's opening. Okay, pilots are moving things around to get that stowed into the box. Got to adjust the cameras so, with one camera it's difficult to get depth perception. So we've got a camera over the top and another one coming from down low, and you sort of look at them both at the same time to line things up. This, to people watching, this may seem very slow. But for ROV work, this is not slow. This is actually going along at a good pace. So we've been collecting samples. What are we on? Sample number? This is number 7 now. That includes water samples, fish, and now a mineral sample of a sulfur chimney. Okay, so it's really divided left-right, not forward-aft. So we put it on the right side. There's another fish that just swam by and kept on going. They don't like this spot.
On the overhead camera, you can see really earlier all the crabs. No fish in this camera earlier.
Uh-huh. Okay, so crabs, no fish.
Scoop it from underneath, right?
Yeah.
Speculating it will stay together in the box.
Yes, it will. I say if we get this one in the box safely and it doesn't break, we should probably stop there, not try to get the other one, because then we might just break this one with the other one on top of it. Yeah.
In the box.
Okay, it's in the box.
Get it in.
It's in the. You could Yeah, you can dump that in there. Okay. Okay. It's in the box. And wait till it clears a little. Oh, retrieve your. Yeah, you're gonna retrieve your tie wrap. Okay. What are you gonna do with it?
Dump it in the bottom box. Sample, is that okay?
Yeah. Let's wait. I was try to see what the sample looks like. If the dust clears, then. I would rather just have the tie wrap. Whoa! Lost the box. Okay, what do we got there? Can the overhead zoom? It looks like it's still whole.
Stalls, and then I feel like, oh, I'm looking
I don't know, Heidi. It's pretty cloudy in there. I can't tell, but I think it's whole.
Yeah.
it went in pretty soft, like
When it dives down.
Okay, let's go ahead and put that tie wrap wherever you're going to put it, and then we'll. Can we get a what?
Okay, after they secure, Heidi'd like to have a better overview picture, a little bit, the zoomed out picture of just where this was taken, making sure we get the
Okay.
overview, not a close-up. The pilot can, I don't think that can.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, look at that. We cleaned up our garbage too. Yes.
Want me to hold on to the scoop?
Yeah.
Right now.
Okay, you could dump it and put it in with that sample if you want to.
You're gonna want to use it again?
That depends.
You want to just hold on to it?
You could hold on to it for now until we need to get rid of it. Sure. That arm is just going to be sitting there, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so we want to get a. You can close the lid, yeah, and want to get a overview picture of this vent. So and get a frame grab of it. So you can. Well, let's see. Do we need to pull the tray in? Okay, so we're going to pull the front tray in so we can get a unobstructed view here. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah. Oops.
Oh, sorry. Or you wanted...
I was going to...
Oh, okay.
No, whenever... Yeah, you're going to pull the tray in?
Oh, I thought we were taking off. That's what
Oh, no, not take off yet. I want to get a
Oh, okay, I'll bring the camera out then.
get a good shot of that vent, and then we'll go. Or yeah, you could rack the camera out if you prefer. Yep. Okay. All right. Okay. Should I zoom it a little? Or that's the wide view without any junk in it. Lots of little sulfur chimneys along that crack line there. We can zoom in on that white stuff too. Okay, we'll get that. Whoa, stop that. Yeah, well, it doesn't stop, so you gotta anticipate how far it's gonna go, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it could. I don't know.
Do you want to get some?
Uh,
Or do you want to move on?
a little bit. But I mean, we're doing pretty well in terms of the overall dive plan. We could probably get a scoop of that. As long as we're not using up too much BioBox space. You want to put it in with the same one? Okay. But it's across the crack.
Sorry, I don't know where you guys are looking.
It's across the crack there. Yes.
If you zoom out on the crack,
An opinion from the library is that we should get Rita's trap out soon so it has time to collect fish.
Okay. Why don't we do the trap then? And well, okay. To sample that, could you do it from just edging forward a little bit?
Probably, yeah.
If we do that now, it'd probably be quicker.
I could try and stretch out and see what I can get if you want.
I would say no. Go ahead and move the submarine, or move the sub forward, and get in position to scoop that.
What are you going for?
The white material, yeah. It could. We don't know what it is. Kind of why we want to grab a chunk of it, because we're not sure if it's sulfate mineral or sulfur, microbial mat. It's a bio-geo sample, I guess. Or a geo-bio.
You have to pick one or the other.
We'll call it geo.
Geo with a sprinkle bio. This is number 8.
That's what you want?
Yeah.
You're above it.
Little bit low. Go down lower. So we're trying to take this rock sample. We're not sure what the white material is. It's not carbonate, I can tell you that. Waiting for a chunk to fall into the scoop. Yeah, that piece doesn't want to break.
Hold it there for a second.
Where is it? Oh, that's way down there, okay. Scoop. I don't see anything in the scoop. There's some chunks on the ground below it that,
Bad angle.
yeah. There's some chunks of it in the sediment underneath it now, but whether you can get it. What time's it getting to be? 11:20 a.m. Okay.
Are we gonna, can the fish trap stay for 2 days? Are we doing 2 dogs?
It could stay for 2 days, but I think the plan was to put it in and pick it up today.
Right, I know.
Yeah.
We ran out of time.
Yeah.
What's the bait? What are you using for bait this year? Nothing? Fancy Feast, okay.
Okay, there we have it.
Commercial endorsement.
We have a fish trap, and the bait used is Fancy Feast cat food.
That's pretty good. This is the good.
This is like a conglomerate of volcanic sand and some kind of mineral cementing it together. Yeah, it looked like it went in the scoop. Oh, a big chunk. Oh, that's pretty big.
Bursting out of the mist.
Okay, that's
True test of your manipulative skill.
That's okay. So, we dropped it. Oh. That was a that was a bit large anyway. You could try breaking it in half. It was really too big to put in the half a bio box. Yeah. That seemed, yeah, I think that's it. That's a chunk that got knocked off. Is it? Yeah. It's a big crust.
Yeah, that's a good piece. Good?
Yeah.
That's probably good. Where are we going to put it though? I mean, I don't know if you... I think it probably should go in a different spot. There's the large box. That diagram's not right. I mean,
It's like this. It's okay.
but
Oh, that's the wrong.
that's not the right diagram. But because we have two bio boxes in front and the big one in the back, that's not what's on there. I don't know. I suggest we put it in the big box. What do you think? Big box?
I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah, let's use the big box in back. What's in there? Nothing, right? We're going to stow it in the back box, the big box.
Which one do you want to go on? Open up both, or open up.
Bill, would you care to occupy the seat for a while?
Alright, that's great.
Yeah. Still got a good part of it. No, just lost a little.
Alright, so what's next on the list?
Next is move to the crust and deploy the fish trap.
Okay.
The crust is up over
slope.
the upper side of this stuff.
Okay.
So we have to come around and get on the other side of the smoke.
Okay. And then sort of, in general, we're proceeding uphill.
From here? Yeah, right. I think fish trap deployment is pretty much the last thing we have to do right now. And then we can go. Yes. Well, no. We got this, which is not really a sulfur crust. So we need to take a sulfur crust from where you put the fish trap. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to do more section there too?
This is part sulfur and part sand and
Something.
part something else that's white. We're not sure what it is.
Okay.
On my hook. There. It's not pretty, but it's fun. Okay. And I'll come back and leave you like at 12 so you can have lunch.
Sounds good. Yeah, that's lunch.
Yeah. So.
Nope.
Yeah. It's alright. Yeah, you gotta have to put a sweatshirt on. Sorry. This is really going pretty well. It's working.
Okay. A new voice on the video. This is Bill Chadwick. I'm from Oregon State University and NOAA's Pacific Marine Environmental Lab. And we are out here on the Northern Mariana Volcanic Arc. And we're making an ROV dive at a submarine volcano called Daikoku. And we're just putting a piece of sulfur crust in our bio box here. We're at a depth of about 410 meters at near the top of this volcanically active seamount. And this is hydrothermally active, so there's lots of heat coming out, lots of gases. You can see those bubbles, those are CO2 probably. All the white smoky stuff is sulfur gases coming out of the ground. All that sulfur is mixing with the seawater and forming these yellowish crusts on the seafloor and these little chimneys. So we just got a piece of that crust. Okay. So the next on the list is fish trap on sulfur crust. So we can move away from the smoke and find a place that has sulfur crust and good visibility, and then
Just as we came into the site, coming down just up to the left, is the additional of the coast.
Right, I think that's straight. We turned around, but didn't it? Yeah, so up into the, yeah, exactly.
okay. All right. We'll just all right. So we're trying to figure out our orientation and where we want to go from here. We're going to be looking for some sulfur crust, and we're going to put out a little fish trap on that crust, take a sample of the crust, do some more suctioning to try to collect some more of these flatfish that are on the bottom. And we can move out of this venting area, so hopefully the visibility will be better too. Here we go, okay. So what's your recollection of, are we going to try to move to the,
Yeah. To the port.
yeah, and face up slope a little bit? Yeah. My sense of this place is the crusts sort of come and go, and they're kind of scattered around, so I think if we can just sort of hunt around and maybe
Stay away from
gradually move up slope maybe, and we can sort of lateral around. And okay, I'm gonna open up the iris a little bit here. All right, so we're leaving that. We're going to turn counterclockwise to face more upslope. Oh, that looks like crust up ahead, up there, yeah. Oops, I yanked on that. All right.
There's that pit hole that we first came in.
Right. We looked at that hole before. What's it look like if you turn left?
my left.
Yeah.
There's a nice piece of crust down here. We're going to try it here too.
Well,
Might be easier up here on the slope.
okay. If something looks easy, go for it. I just wanted to see what it looked like upslope, because we're still sort of facing a cross slope. So yeah, keep turning. Let's just have a look anyway. All right, none of that looks particularly crusty, so why don't we go back to where you were looking? Yeah, my only reservation with that is that waypoint 4 is where all the venting is coming from, so the visibility is going to be an issue. Yeah, but if we find something that's easy to work around, let's do it.
Some of it so far today.
Well, let's see. The first part of the dive, we were mainly trying to sample some of these flatfish that live on this volcano in this high sulfur environment. We're really curious about how they make a living in this place that you would think would be very inhospitable to most animals, but somehow they thrive here. So we're trying to collect some of them. We're also trying to collect the surfaces that they live on, and oh yeah, that looks perfect. Does that look good, Verena?
Sort of like a crab trap.
Are you, yeah, we do want fish too. Yeah, so let's take a look. Yeah.
Down there. Around this area. Smoke coming off it.
Can you come down a little bit just to have a closer look?
You're just anticipating them being on the
No, I saw them
crust, or-
as
oh, okay.
as you came in. I saw them, and they're not.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom in and see if I can see any of these fish we're after. Yeah, there's, I think I'm having trouble focusing here. Let me zoom out.
Yeah, that's only 1 meter resolution.
There were tons of G.
Due east of waypoint 1, yeah. That was right. That was all sediment, though. So we're kind of looking for the fish crust combo.
Yeah, but wasn't there another place that Green came in and said that was there?
I don't remember. So it kind of looks like crust here, but not many fish. Yeah, I think it might be because it's so close to the vents, and they don't like the vents. So I think we do need to move off.
Go straight up. It's the 43.
Yeah, that's true. We could
Oh, really?
downslope.
This is all crabs.
I did come low like this. Look down.
Try zooming in over here.
Maybe that's where there's fish right.
Yeah, that's
Right.
Yeah. Boy, this is the. It's not focusing very well. Oh, that's better. There we go. Oh, there's some, yeah.
Yeah, there are some there.
Oops.
There's lots over there.
Yeah, why don't we just try it up there? See if they come to the trap.
Okay.
Get back to it.
Here they are.
Oh, yeah. So, but this doesn't look like crust necessarily. Is that okay?
Some catfish.
Okay.
But is it the new
What's the edge? What's this?
Oh, yeah. Maybe you're right.
Let's just get.
Oh, yeah. That's crust on top for sure.
See where these labels are? Is that a good little spot?
Yeah. Perfect. Because then we can grab some of the edge of that.
Falls down the edge there.
Yeah. Let me zoom out here so we can see what we're doing. It looks like we're kind of on the upper edge of a crater, huh? Yeah.
How much is this building?
I would say not any. Yeah, we're on the edge of that little crater. that you can kind of see in the bathymetry, particularly on the pilot screen because he's kind of zoomed in. Yeah, and we want to be careful about this rolling down the hill too. So I'll have to the fish trap because it's.
I think right there about 204 was pretty flat.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna. You can see those two bio boxes on the front of the vehicle, and that. The round thing in the left bio box that kind of has a mesh screen is a fish trap that we're going to put out. You can see the flatfish on the surface right in front of us. There they are. They're kind of camouflaged, so they kind of blend in, but you can see them swimming all over. And this is what we're after with the fish trap. So we've got a little bit of cat food in the trap as bait, and we'll see if we're going to put this out now and then continue working for several more hours, and then we'll come back at the end of the dive and see what we get.
Yeah, I got the one that's just outside. So don't open the work yet. It was fine.
Okay, so now we've got the ROV on the bottom. You don't have one? You can just add one, can't you?
No, I mean, I don't have a deployed cover piece of paper.
Oh.
You can just write it as on something else.
How's the Earls going so far?
Get used to it.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is not going to work in the end.
It'd probably be good to put a marker here too. Once we get the trap in place, that'll help us find it at the end of the dive. Okay, so we got a hold of the leash on the fish trap. Pulling it out of the bio box. And there's the bait. There's the entrance. Where it's not going to roll. Yeah, probably having the long axis. Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a V there, right? You could put it in. Let's take a look.
What are they doing? You notice?
Can you?
Not nearly as active.
Yeah.
All right. The entrance is on the bottom.
Oh,
Yep, that's.
So we wouldn't catch many fish that way.
on its side?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Can the science camera be racked out more? Oh, okay. Can you bring the tray back in?
Yes, I forgot to put the weight on it.
There you go. There you go. Looks good, yeah. Yeah.
So what are those fish doing, guys?
They're hanging out. That looks perfect. As active as what, on the sediment?
So the other guys at the sediment are really quite still.
All right, so we're gonna
So what does it mean when they just deploy the marker? Where do I see any of that? Anywhere?
What do you mean?
They deploy, are they deploying a marker?
Oh, we're doing a marker. Yeah,
I think they meant
a
an
physical one. Yeah, yeah. But we should do both. Leighton, could we put out a digital marker in the? You did. Oh, already. All right, good. One's called Fish Trap. All right. All right. So now we're. So this is marker 132. There we go. 132. Ah, look at that. Unfurled by itself. Just perfect. Okay. There we go. All right. Yeah, you okay with the marker spot, Brina? Doesn't matter? Okay. All right, let's get after you let go of it, we'll get a nice frame grab of the scene. Do you want to, and then we'll do the sulfur crust after that?
Either way.
Yeah, either way for you guys. All right, do you want the iris down a little?
Can you zoom out?
I'm zoomed all the way out.
I want the trap in the top of the marker.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna get a few frame grabs here.
Can you turn the marker?
You want the iris changed down?
Down, it's too bright.
I can't see the number on the marker. Okay. How's that? All right, so you already have it, right? Okay. So you're gonna section next? All right, so we're gonna get out our suction sampler and try to collect some more of these flatfish in the same area.
Let's go, John.
Can you bring the tray in?
We may need to clear, would there be stuff in the section hose?
We can flush it just in case because we did ram it in a little bit. Alright. Good.
Oh, yeah. There was a lot in the hose, huh?
So
Ooh.
1 to 5 now. You know what I mean? Go that way. Because I think we have fish in 6 and 7, right?
Yes.
So make sure you go that way.
Or is it just sort of washing it? Yeah, circulating. All right, so we're clearing the suction hose.
Fish in the trap already.
What?
Seamount.
Oh, in the trap? Really? Where? Oh yeah, Verena, you got one. And look, and that other guy's on top.
You got two. He wants in. They're trying to get in.
Yeah, nice. They're coming up. There's another guy, another customer. Oh. All right.
5 right there. What were you using as bait for you?
Fancy beast.
Oh, cat food. All those requirements. Alright.
So which chamber are you going to, Verena? Here.
Number 5, they're keyed to, yeah, right there. Yeah, the more you can get that out of the view. There we go, perfect. Oh, I guess that pulls on your bungee though too, doesn't it? Huh? All right, we'll see how it goes here. 5, yeah. Oh, there's sediment coming out of the hose. Wow. Boy, there must have been still sediment in the hose. Okay. Sorry, a little fast there. All right, we've got the suction going. Yeah. Is that green thing just to attach the handle onto the hose? It needs to be smaller. Version 2. I don't see anything yet. Okay. Yeah, gotta kind of come down on from above. No, not yet. Ooh, got one. Okay, let's see if it makes it through the tube. I haven't seen it in the jar yet. Sure. Yeah, oh, you got his tail. Ooh, come on. Ah.
I was trying to go slow.
Yeah, they're pretty well camouflaged. Oh. All right, where do you want to go next? There's more right in front of the basket. Boy, there's a lot of them right there, huh? Oh! So close. But they just sit there and then run away at the last minute. So these little things in the sediment that look like pin needles are made of sulfur. So a lot of these, they look like they have a little ball on one end and sort of a needle coming out the other end. And we think those were droplets of molten sulfur that got thrown out during the volcano's last eruption, and were thrown up into as molten droplets of sulfur that then solidified as they were falling through the water, and as they fell they got this very skinny tail. So there's like a big droplet at one end and a skinny little tail at the others, kind of like a tadpole or something. So we've seen these just covering the seafloor here, and you can see as we zoom into the bottom here. We're changing out pilot so I can do this right now. You can see all those little needles with balls attached to them. Those are all sulfur that were ejected in a molten state and then solidified and fell to the floor and got that shape as they were falling through the water. That's kind of amazing. All right, so we got a new pilot in the chair. And we'll try to. Boy, we got a lot of sediment in jar 5, but I haven't seen any fish yet. All right, so I'm going to zoom back in. I think we got a new technique being tried out. Is that good? Being pulled a little bit. Ooh.
You can see all the traces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's happened is we deployed the fish trap.
Oh.
And now we're sectioning by the fish.
They're just a little bit faster than we are.
I don't know after this. After this, are we transiting over to the?
We'll go up slope towards the tube berm, waypoint 2.
Oh, tube berm.
Yeah.
Oh wait a couple. I scribbled all over everything. So this is the gun, but so I crossed that off. Up here, I just put like a pointing. There's no fish trap indicated, so we know that it was deployed somewhere. Okay. It's not real evident in here. It's deployed. I must have to call another sample, but the sample number is
Verena, do you want crabs or just fish? I think we're after the fish.
I don't want to crab in the fish routine. In the trap.
Yeah, you put it out. The crab probably really wants to eat the crab.
Yeah.
Can the crab get in there?
Sediment out of these containers?
I don't think so. I think I asked Jason that, and it only goes one way. And we're getting a lot of sediment in there. So Adam, see how the jar is half full of sediment? So we really want to minimize how much sediment we get in there.
Nope, you're switching out.
Might want to come down on the top. Find out about a couple of here.
Okay. All right. Oops, wrong way. Say that again.
Just have a 30 here.
Okay. I don't know whether we got him or not. Oh, I think you got that guy. Or I haven't seen him, have you? Oh yeah, sorry. I was looking at the jar. Okay. Oh, jinxed you. Got a lot of sediment so far.
So is this sediment on top of crust?
It is. Yeah, I thought it might not be so much.
So we've got the fish trap out and a marker.
So the other thing to do is
We want to do at least some temperature measurements to see if there's anything warm here. Right, I mean, it looks like it's probably cold, but check that. Can I go there? After lunch. Very good.
There's one in there.
You only use that when it's around.
That's my
Okay.
So we still need a bit of a sulfur crust. What do you think, Adam?
Try a little more here.
Okay, try looking down on top of them rather than behind us.
That's what works good, eh?
Molly, pull it up in the water. It's going down there. Yeah. Just wafting off the screen. Definitely a polykeep.
A little red wiggly?
Yes.
One in the jar?
What's that?
Do we have a fish in the jar?
No, man. We thought we had a big one. He was a little fast.
This thing keeps shutting off.
Now it's completely gone.
Okay, back from the lunch break, and this is Dave Butterfield again. And we're continuing to go fishing on this sediment-covered sulfur crust area of Daikoku volcano.
Good technique.
Using the suction sampler, shot back like tool to suck up fish. And put them into little canisters. There's 8 canisters that are on a carousel on the vehicle. They are just fast enough to get away. And you can see all the little sulfur balls with tails on them that have accumulated right here in this spot. Again, that's basically molten sulfur ejecta from the volcanic vent.
That's a secret question. More the merrier.
This is kind of a painful way to do it, isn't it?
Let's try one more here. Your trap's working out well.
Oh, well, we got one in it or two.
Two now.
You know what we could do is just have that timer.
Yeah.
There we go.
mean, it may be the more successful way to go sometimes. But,
Well, let me try a couple more.
well, the third technique will be with the vanilla. But I didn't want to do that until later on because it just gets smothered in stuff. I wasn't sure.
Okay, well, we've got a bunch of messages from people who are listening out there, so hello to me, Christensen, sent me an email, and Elise, hi, maybe you're still there, and Janice and Natalie, in case you happen to be listening. That must have been quite a rain of sulfur coming down here. It's like, gosh. You can imagine what that would look like, you know? These little balls just flying through the air with their...
So, yeah, this probably is the world's best use of our lift. The trap does have a couple of minutes, so maybe that's going to work out well.
I got the red one. Do we want to take a temperature probe?
It'll take a piece of the crust on the edge here.
So we're done.
I think we should stow it for now.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, we're switching off ROV cruise here. It's 10 past noon locally. So people are taking a lunch break and changing watches. So we're passing along information between the pilots and co-pilots from one watch to the next. I think we've finished with our fishing for right now. We've got a pretty good collection of fish so far. It looks like one immediately swam into the trap, and we caught a couple in the suction sampler. So we're putting away the suction sampler hose. You can see this pile of sulfur streamers sitting on the bottom here.
What are we going to do next?
Next, we're going to take a temperature measurement of the, just poke it down if it will go. Oh, there's a different fish. You see the fish? Look more like a normal. He's swimming through the field there. Myctophid.
It's a midwater fish.
How do you spell that?
M-I-C-T-O-P-H.
Okay.
And it may not be, these are the ones we saw hitting the bottom and dying.
Uh-huh.
Daikoku.
Right. So that...
Are we going to lose it?
Lose what?
Looked like it's stabilized there.
Okay.
Oh, is the trap fall? Oh, it's rolling down the hill?
So do you want to move and do a temperature probe, or right here is fine?
Right here is fine. Just want to see what, if there's any temperature anomaly on this area where the fish are.
That was the only one not recording.
In this view, you see just the anchor of our, down, here we go. The anchor of our marker, and edging down here. There's the fish trap.
Should it not be recording? Yes.
No, it's not connected right now. It should tell us right now.
I pressed it.
Sorry for the movement here. I'll get zoomed in. Okay, there's our fish trap, which took a bit of a roll down the hill. Is there a fish in the trap? I heard that one went in.
Yes, on top, right up there.
On the top, yeah, okay.
No.
Oh, so go and stop there, highway recording. Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Sam.
Answer your question.
Yeah, is that one also inside? It's not, okay.
Caught by the breeze.
There is one fish up at the top. And another one down in the right corner there. Yep, he's in there. Okay.
Just gonna grab a spot of the lunch there.
Okay.
Stay out of that.
But it'd be good to,
You're fine. Okay, so gonna take a temperature measurement. Oh, you got the scoop. What are we doing with the scoop? Oh, the tie wrap. Okay.
I'm just handing it off to
It doesn't matter to me. That tie wrap is gonna. Well, yeah, you could get it if you want. Can you snatch it with the manip?
You can probably pick it up with the manip at the end.
Yeah. Okay.
And flick it off to the side. Yeah. Grab that little tail. I can grab that handle.
Okay, we're handing off the scoop from one titanium manipulator to the other.
so that they would turn that paper on. That was okay. That just happened. That's a sample in there?
No, I think they're just getting rid of
Okay, shipped.
handing the scoop over.
Okay.
I think they're going to stow it. Just use the other arm to stow it.
We can store it.
Well, I'm not sure.
Keep using it. It's just a pain to go get it.
Oh, okay. You need to use the port arm for the temp probe, right? Okay. Yeah. No, we don't need to stow it. You just hang on to it. Yeah. Yeah, it's been working well. Okay. So, question now is whether this area has any heat coming out of it, any flow of warm water with chemical energy coming up through the sediments, or if it's just a cold slab of sulfur. Either way, the fish seem to like it, so they may, if there's no temperature anomaly here at all and we see all these fish, then maybe they are just getting energy from the sulfur itself rather than from any flow of warm water that's coming up. Anyway, we're going to check that out.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, it's under my
Do you want to? You ready to sit here? I could sit for a bit longer and then.
Okay.
And then, how do you want to do the rest of the day? We're going to be going until, well, no, probably closer to 5, right? I mean, it's only like a half an hour to get up. Yeah, why don't we figure out what the termination time is? Okay. So they've transferred the scoop, gonna pick up temp probe, poke around in here and see if there's any temperature anomaly. Because it's kind of interesting that there's all these fish, but I'm not sure if there's flow of water through this or not. So I guess if we get 0 temperature anomaly, then I'm not going to use the fluid sampler. But if there's some warm stuff, depending on what the temperature is, I might try. And then maybe, so I'll just do this, and then I'll hop out of the chair, and you can drive to the tube-worm place. Get to move.
I think they want to get a crust too.
Oh yeah, that's right. Grab a chunk of crust.
Okay. And then next stop tube-worm.
Yeah.
Where would you like to?
Anywhere right in front of us is fine. Just start on the left, and we'll do a couple points across here. Okay. See if it goes in. Okay. Okay, right down to the right angle and stop there. Okay. Good. All right. We need that display of the temperature sensor. Yeah, the stethoscope. Up on.
Yeah, that's sensor. Vehicle sensor.
Devices is way over on the left.
Well, you might be able to try to stop one more.
Vehicle device. Stop it, Ken. Stop it, Ken. Stop it, Ken.
There it is. Oh, can high temp probe. Okay. 18. So that is that's a little bit above background. Okay, so temperature on sulfur crust at 10 centimeter approximate depth is 18.1, let's say. And that's not changing, so why don't we pick that up and move it over a couple of feet, or right about where that fish is. Okay. Yeah, anywhere in there. There's fish all over the place here. That's good. That's good, right there. $16. All right, 16.7. 16.7. Okay, let's try one more spot. And let's also get a reading of what just the background water is, in case that's different than the last time. Somewhere in there, yeah. Down at the same level. Good. Okay. $16.4. Did we get one 18.7? Okay.
18 something.
16.7. Okay.
18.31 is the highest I saw
On the first spot.
on the first one.
Okay. Does that display on there?
No.
No. You just gotta write them down. Okay. Okay. Russ. Yeah. Let's pick it up and put it up further above.
Closer to the edge.
Left and up. Yeah. Let's say just like far as you can reach up left and high. Background there, 14.5 or so.
I think it's just
14. Yeah, 14.4, 14.5 is the background. Okay, see what we get there. This one is a bit warmer. So it might be warmer away from the edge where the overhang is. These fish, so they move along, they lay themselves nice and flat, and then they only stay for a little bit, and then they move on. It's a little warmer, 19.
1978.
So our heading is 203 south. So anyway, it's warmer to the left here than to the right. And to the left is going away. Yeah.
I'm a little closer to the vehicle, but
That's okay. So 19.8. So generally away from the overhang ledge seems to be warmer.
I didn't see where they moved this one.
They moved it more to the left. No, that's okay. So we had about a 5-degree temperature anomaly at the highest that we saw here. Okay, that one got up to 18.3. Well, 18.4. 18.6. All right, so let's call that 18.6 max. So there is warm. There's heat coming out of this. Not a lot, but something there. But I don't think I can take a water sample there. It's just not. I just don't see anything. So next, we can stow the temperature sensor, and we want to break off a piece of the sulfur crust. So I guess we got to move over to the edge. Move over to the edge where it's broken off.
Just take that, to be honest.
Yeah. For them, it's 2 per dive, right?
Is it?
Well, 2 bio and 2
Right.
geo. Yeah.
We haven't moved very far, but this is just we haven't wanted to move.
Yeah. There's so much good stuff right here. So I've seen the sulfur marbles lots of times, but I haven't seen them with all of those streamer tails on them.
So cool.
So those must have really come flying out quickly.
Wouldn't that be great to see? I mean, where do you think that it has to be happening quite often? Like in this pit?
Well, yeah, or it happened during that eruption, and it's just
they're
been
still
sitting
there,
here ever since. That stuff was hard to degrade. It's totally insoluble in water, so.
Well, we'll probably have some in the file box or something.
Yeah.
Dave,
Mm-hmm.
the highlights camera's not working right now.
Oh, okay.
And it will need to reboot the thing if we want to try and get it working. We'll possibly stop the HD recording also for 6 minutes while they do that.
Okay.
So we could do that when we're transiting to the next spot, or we could not do it at all and say we don't have any more highlights for the rest of this shot.
You want to go? Do you want to go? He's asking you, the pilot, if you want to go get some crust.
Yeah, can we move over to the right there, get around the trap or something, and break off a piece of the crust from the edge?
Can we do it with the arm, or?
I would try it maybe with your flat jaw one and see if you can just get a hold of a piece of that. My feeling is not. Well, I wouldn't want to reboot while we're moving because we might see some really interesting stuff on that. But of course, we can't record the highlights, but we don't want to not record the HD. How long will it take to reboot? Well, we could, and during that time we just won't record any video, or what?
We think it's going to disrupt the other.
Okay. Okay. I don't know.
Can you get highlights from the HD just painfully?
You mean go back and
later after the dive? At a
We can do it while we're sitting right here.
Yeah.
You don't really need to record capturing the crust. We've got lots of video of the crust.
Yeah. What's the risk of doing it? I mean, this is something you do before each dive usually, or?
It's to get control of the HD highlight, 4K highlight reel again.
Got to reboot.
Piece of it. You can go up and physically hit the record button and it turns on, but for some reason it's lost its ability to talk to me. That's why I'm just trying to get it back.
Okay, and you're okay. So nothing much to lose. We can always. So we're going to move the ROV over to the edge that you see in the background there. And this is part of a big sulfur flow that came out of a vent and flowed down the slope here. And then is broken off on that far side, which is basically a crater where the eruption came from. And we are going to try using the manipulator that has sort of flat-sided grips on it so that it can maybe just get a hold of an edge of that sulfur crust and break it off. And if that doesn't work, we got the scoop standing by instead. You can see the sulfur smoke coming up out of the crater. Basically looking down into the throat of the conduit that has been throwing out sulfur blobs and magmatic gas.
If I creep to the west for about 15 years. Maybe more like 30 meters. Definitely move. Snapshot? Just for waypoint 1 then. Where we are now.
Okay, so you're probably going to see a black screen for a while because we have to reboot the HD science camera to try to get control of it again from the remote controller.
Slid a little bit to the west by about 30 meters. We started. Yeah, because we originally...
No, the camera's back.
Pilot cam's on YouTube right now, so.
Oh, the pilot cam's on YouTube. Okay. Looks like we got this one back already too. Yeah. Okay, so you can see those flat sulfur crusts poking out into the black water there. Gonna try to grab a chunk of that. There's a fish on one there. You possibly could go for that. And we don't need a real large piece. We just need, you know, hand size sample. All right, here. Sure.
Not right.
Okay. Whoa, what do we got here? What's going on? Oh, there's no, yeah, that camera's being rebooted, so, yeah? Yeah, okay. I'll just do that.
As a quick aside.
I'm trying to get the focus back in here.
Hold on, you guys are both doing it right now.
Okay, okay. I was hoping to just do autofocus and see if... All right. It is? Okay. Wait. That's in auto?
So that's what we think.
Whoa. Okay.
Well, you can zoom in and help us.
Are you a camera guy? You can do it. It's getting better. Okay.
I'm just touching on.
Okay, we have a lot of camera adjustment stuff going on. Oh, okay. Okay, we've got the bio box a little bit in the view, so we're going to pull the front of the vehicle in a little.
Did they get it?
Nope, didn't get it. Okay, so we pulled that in.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's got a hole in it right over on the left there. So we're sitting on this overhanging ledge of sulfur. Probably sulfur mixed with volcaniclastic sand. Oh yeah. Nice. That's great. It's delicate stuff.
Yeah. You could just in this one.
What's our
10.
sample 10? S34 Geo 10. Can we okay.
Go either here or there. Well, this is completely empty now.
There's nothing in there? The
That's
traps,
where
the
fish
traps
trap
out.
came Yeah.
Right.
So the forward port.
Yeah, why don't we put it in there? Yeah. And then the fish trap can go back in with it. So we'll stow that in the port, the small port bio box where the fish trap came out of, and the fish trap can go back in there with it later. Port. So we think what this is a piece of solidified sulfur from a large flow of sulfur that came out of a volcanic vent that was beyond what we're looking at here, out into the void of water. So during the eruption, this whole thing was overflowing with molten sulfur and going downhill, and then the source of it retreated and formed a crater and left this overhanging sulfur flow here on the edge. Okay, bio box open. Taking our, did we get a frame grab?
Yeah, I'm gonna take some.
You guys are all over it.
Well, I don't know if that's all over it, but I got some
Okay.
right here.
Mm-hmm.
Got it when it's good.
Oh yeah, that's impinging on.
Oh yeah.
Something will break if that continues. Is it possible to clear over the top of that and come over? Or? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you gotta add that. Camera rack back.
Oh, this darn thing. Okay, it's 12:45 local time, afternoon here, just after lunchtime. Dive started this morning at 6:30, and we just put a sulfur slab sample. You can dump the rest of what's in the jaw in there, I guess. Okay, so the sulfur crust sample is in the same place where the fish trap came from, and the fish trap is going to go back in there with it once we pick it up. So that is it, and so we're going to finally go to waypoint 2.
You want to slide by waypoint 4 to the left or no?
Yeah, we could do that. And I think I'm going to get Bill, because it's Bill's turn to sit in the seat here. I think he's listening, so he'll come in. There's a crab approaching the edge. Oh, let's zoom on him. He just crawled over the edge. There he is. He's still there. Okay, we're picking up and moving. Currently facing south at the summit of, near the summit of Daikoku, about 400 meters depth. It's a hot sunny day outside, and it's pretty good weather up here, 15 knot winds, and seas are pretty big too, about 2 meter swells coming through. Good enough to dive in, just what we need. So we're working up here in the north to start because the weather down south is bad. It's not terrible, but it's too windy to dive. It's 25 knots and about 3 meter seas.
Just want to point out how perfect navigation is. It's just like spot on.
Yeah, and it's not jumping around. Navigation is working very well. So we can see obviously a lot of sediment being kicked up in front of us. You can see those little sulfur balls flying through the water. Did we just fly out over the edge? Or
yeah, we're basically facing the waypoint. We're just kind of like it's
behind us.
They want to crawl. We come down a little bit. They're all important. Keep an eye on it. Is it going to be smoky?
oh yeah,
smoky?
yeah.
Okay. So
you might not be able to see much of anything except smoke. So, and if that's the case, we'll just go towards waypoint 2.
I'm right over waypoint 4. Yeah, that has to jump. So
starboard side.
Back up a little bit. Oh, yeah.
Looking up, what you're seeing on YouTube is probably just a screen of cloudy water. We're looking at about 10 different screens in the control room, including the ROV navigation and instrument control panel. Shows you the heading, the depth, altitude, how much thrust the ROV is putting out. A display that shows you where the ship is in relation to the ROV, how much winch wire is out versus what the depth is. So there's a difference there in that the cable length is longer than the depth because it comes up from the ROV. It has some floats attached to it that make the cable, which is heavy in the water, it makes the cable float up above the ROV and form sort of an S curve in the water, catenary curve, and that isolates the ROV from the cable motion when it's moving up and down because of the ship.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, so there you go.
No. Well, I don't know if that one, what do you think? I mean, that one's a sonar and nav, which is not good, so.
We're at 405 meters depth, and then 5 meters off the bottom. Now you can see some white smoke and some of the seafloor, which is covered with white material. We think we're near the site where there's a pond of molten sulfur, which is of course very close to where we're seeing the sulfur flows. We haven't been able to actually see the molten sulfur itself because if it's there, it's hiding behind a smoke screen. Get a little brighter for you there. There's some yellow, there's some sulfur in there. That looks like our vent site again. Or if not the same one that looks a lot like it. Yeah, you might follow that smoky valley thing there and see where it goes. I don't think we got to the far end of it. I mean, if there's a sulfur pond here, it's going to be down in the lowest point, wherever that is.
Right. Gonna be in this depression here.
Yeah. There's a big cloud of smoke down there.
Right.
So keep going downhill.
Yep.
That could be it. Doesn't look as... Yeah, get down underneath it if you can.
Yeah, we're still quite high.
Yeah.
But it's on a hill.
Yeah.
Well, we think it's going to be down at the bottom of a... Yeah.
It's going to be like a crater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see it on the underlay. I mean, there might be a nav offset, but there's sort of a depression here that's probably... Looks like we're off the screen.
There's the edge.
Oh yeah, that might, is that it?
Well, it could be. See if we can get down under the
See
cloud.
that shoreline? That black and gray
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you go straight down from where you are. Yeah, there's some more of it over on the right too.
That crust or edge? It is smoke.
I couldn't.
Is what it is.
Just got to get down low enough. There we go.
That looks like it. Yeah.
So, the question is, it could be molten sulfur beyond that edge on the upper left. I can't tell if it just drops down or, I think it does, but look up.
Maybe it's just a hole.
That's, yeah, it looks like a hole there. There was more smoke coming from the right, but there's smoke, yeah, there's something down further below, which, see the smoke coming up from down left? There's more smoke coming from over to the right side, so it might, it might be down at the bottom of this pit, which probably not going to be something you could get into.
Yeah, probably from this direction.
Maybe try to keep moving down the right edge of this. Yeah, so probably all of that material is sulfur that we're looking at. There's not much volcanic rock here that we've seen at all. It's all covered up with sulfur.
Or there's, ash mixed in.
Yeah.
Maybe the level of the pond dropped.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty inaccessible.
Yeah, that's probably not a hole you can go down in. What's further to the right? Because this is kind of the high end of the hole, maybe get down to the lower side. I mean, yeah, I've seen blackness down there, but I don't know if it's just emptiness or black sulfur.
Oh, there's another ledge down there.
There's some smoke coming out. Looking down the throat of a volcano. Underwater. That's pretty cool.
Billowing cloud.
There's a lot of volcanoes like this along this arc, and they must be erupting pretty frequently. I mean, just recently, it's probably not just coincident, but we've been out here on 2 other cruises, December of 2014 and May of 2014. And during both of those cruises, there were volcanic eruptions going on that we detected from either hydrophone data or earthquakes or other information about, looking at the plume in case of Daikoku here. So, if we're hitting these eruptions just by chance, that they are probably happening pretty frequently.
Dave, can you move this science cam just a little bit to the right to get the scoop out of the view?
Okay.
Okay.
are we doing on the... So we're trying to find the molten sulfur pond, looking for the surface of molten sulfur down in this pit. This is where we have seen it before. The level may have just retreated down into the volcano. Is there any room to go still to the right, or are we running out of...
We might need to reposition the vehicle. We're just turning a little bit. Do you want to slide to our right?
Yeah, if you can keep going downhill, we might see it. Can't even tell which way is down from here. Yeah, we're really...
As we circled around, we were sort of going around the edge of it. So there might be a little offset. This depression is
from
over
the
there.
northeast side. Like if we came in from the northeast, that would be a better position of the vehicle, and then you get the back side from where we just were. Does that make sense?
I think that's sort of where we put the fish trap.
What? So yeah, it might have been up on the ledge above it. That's over there. Okay. I mean, yeah. The only way we'll find it if it's there, if it's not too low, is if we get to the low shoreline of this thing, the downhill side, and that looks like it's in the southwest, right, where the waypoint is. Well, the only way we're going to see the molten sulfur if it's there is if we get to the low point shoreline of it, which maybe is on the southwest, because on the east it's up high with a cliff, and we can't really get in there. So kind of where the waypoint is, maybe. But I don't know how it gets deeper. Yeah, okay. That's probably what we want, the deeper side. Come up, but we don't have to keep doing this. We gotta. What do we got now?
It looks like there's, what are these things? These are
That stuff being probably knocked off a nearby. I don't know. Should maybe come up out of it. Phew, you're out of it.
Oh yeah, look at all the white.
Yeah. Yep. We've washed a bunch of sulfur off of a cliff or something. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. It's covering.
yeah, all those like tails.
Yeah, that.
Because
They're little.
blobs.
Yeah.
So we're scraping along the bottom. We're all getting all covered in it.
Well.
If you want to get inside the crater by the end of the dive, I think we should.
Yeah. I think we should too.
Okay. So what you're gonna do is head towards the tubing site.
Yeah.
On the way, we're gonna try to record some beauty shots for that the BBC might be interested in, the fish and stuff. So Tom is gonna take the camera.
Okay.
For a bit.
Along that line there.
Okay.
There's your marker there.
Oh, yeah.
So we're just kind of inside of it. Grab that one.
I can't, that's pilot camp.
We can zoom out the signs there as well.
That'd be nice.
You want the marker in the shot? Is that
Yes,
Sure.
yes.
There you go. Hang on, you can see. Oh, what's that? We're getting ready to leave here and go to the yeah, so there's two grounds. We'll see if there's any flow there. It's snow, there's a wet over. I think we might have backed into it a little bit.
So if that's the case, then it's 10 years.
Okay. Although it might be, we're still this distance from.
Are you guys good with your frame drives? We'll start heading to waypoint 2?
Yes.
Yeah, so what we'd like to do is start heading toward waypoint 2, but get some specific video shots on the way. So Tom what's the crust?
Yep. 2 meters off the bottom.
Well, just a little be a variety of things. So in general, we'll just go ahead and hold that now.
Yeah. Or no, is that right there? Sorry. The fish trap, sorry. Anybody can see? No. Fish trap right there, is that there? That's...
The anchor was right within a meter of the fish trap. Maybe we need to go check that out.
There it is. There it is. Where? Right there. It's just down the hill a bit.
That is the... Oh my God!
Oh my God.
We were closer to the sulfur than we thought.
That's what that string is.
Oh, it's all
Holy
over the floor,
cow.
so to your right. To your right.
It looks like we dipped into some molten sulfur. Well, that must have happened when we were in the cloud, or what?
I kept saying, what are all those things? That's what it was.
Okay, we may not have actually. It might have spit a bunch
It
of
was spitting
sulfur
on
up.
us. Yeah, I don't think we dipped. It was spitting on us.
Okay.
I don't think we touched.
No.
Okay. It came blasting out then. Okay, that's.
So how far is that from the mark?
Not far. Okay. Just down the hill. It's kind of just rolling down.
Wow.
Heidi, you have your sulfur sample.
Wow.
That's what it looks like. Oh yeah, but go look at the other arm. It was dip.
Yeah, go with the other arm.
I think it was coming out the top.
So is the fish trap
The
still
whole
in a
thing
good
would have gone.
spot?
See how there's a splatter here?
It's there, yeah. It's on a steep slope, but it's sitting there.
Everywhere, right?
Is it around the anchor, the marker?
Would it be wise to get that fish trap now before it just rolls all the way down the hill?
It's not that strong or anything.
Where's Marina?
Who wants this? Bill? Where's Bill? I'm gonna go.
Oh, the fish trap's moving.
Yeah, I think we should grab it before we lose it. They're thrusting probably.
Just like jump out of the way.
You can,
All right. We've spotted our fish trap rolling down the hill, so we're going to try to rescue it here.
Maybe like put it on the around the base of the marker. Just like hold it.
Do you see it? I don't see it.
Looking.
I thought it was up, upslope a bit. No, we lost it.
There it is right
Oh, there it is, yeah.
It's in a hole. So let's scan where we want to, like, back up a little bit, a little bit lower.
Pull it up. Okay. Let's. Yeah. See how many fish are in it.
Just come up nice and
Alright. Let's see how many. I think there's just a few fish in there.
Okay, Bill, did you want to just keep an eye open for those things, or do you want to just tell us what we're looking for?
First I want to see how many fish are in the trap.
Let's get past this.
so I'm gonna stay over.
So there's just, looks like,
Can I bring the torch up there, Russ? Yeah, pump station.
is it two or just one?
One that was swimming and one that was...
Yeah, okay.
Go over to this support arm. We may have a multiple lap of milk. So let's be past this kind of area, and we might need to use the manipulator to pull the tray out. It looks like it's jamming on the left side, but let's go into the Try not to go into the hole.
Yeah, don't go over the crater. You want to go away from the crater.
One side and straight. So Bill, that could affect things a little bit. The tray can't come out. I think what we do is examine, we'll get into a comfortable spot and examine the temperature probe area there to see if it's jamming.
Okay.
Otherwise, it may be that sulfur that's in there. I don't know what's under our belly right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we, I'm going to extend the science camera hose.
Okay. All right, so we got some sulfur on parts of the vehicle, so we're going to kind of assessing what's going on here. So that's the port manipulator arm. We definitely got some sulfur on the claw that's holding a scoop. Looks like the basket that usually moves forward and aft, out and in, is stuck somehow. We're retracting the science camera a little bit.
I think we can still put away the fish trap and then we'll start moving in. Okay, just get the port lid open.
Okay. You're putting it into...
Where it came from. You don't land it there?
Well, the idea was to leave it out and get it at the end of the dive, but we only retrieved it because it was rolling downhill from the marker. Well, do you want to assess things on the vehicle before you decide, or?
What I'm doing, I need the arm.
Right.
We can put the scoop in there. That's better.
Okay, or we could put it in and put it out later if that's okay.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay. Well, then.
Or we can land. And it's just I didn't want to land with the port because we're like maybe trying to
Right.
land the port a little full.
Right. Okay. So whatever sequence you want to do, if all's well, we'd like to leave the trap out in a stable place. Yeah.
Well, why don't we go and try and just put it down now then?
Okay.
Ahead of us, looks a little bit flatter.
Yeah, maybe shift the bottom box a bit. Looks like there's lots of fish down there, so we could just put it right there.
Sure. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a weight on it.
Doesn't have what?
A weight on it.
Yeah, she said she just forgot. That's why I was thinking somehow they could use the weight marker.
But I don't know how you do that, really. Maybe if the...
Relationship to the marker and how far from the edge.
Well, we're about 10 meters up slope, it looks like. Maybe we should sit it on the white part. That's since it's flat as opposed to, you know, the opening is on the left, lower left side. Yeah, yeah. Well, there's a few fish in there. Yeah, I think there's probably 5 or so. Let's get a look.
With that, Bill?
I think so. Do you think that looks fairly?
I think we're going to give the top part there a little push down.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, do you want to navigate it? You want to put a marker in there?
It rolled downhill, so yeah. It was unstable in the other place.
Fish there?
Oh yeah, look at him. What is he doing?
Switch to the science camera on this. Seems great.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh. He just departed. That was strange.
So you landed crust or lightning?
I'm stable. I'm not like hesitant.
So, do you think that thing is fairly stable the way it is? It sort of has its nose dug into the sediment.
Yeah, that's where we push down on those.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. I mean,
As is?
yeah.
Okay.
You okay with it?
I think so, yeah. It doesn't look like it's going to roll.
Check in with Marina, but is this the same place?
We're 10 meters up from where it was at the marker, upslope.
Okay, so it's pretty much the same place.
So where's the old marker? Is that?
So David, I don't know if you saw.
Oh, he moved it.
Don't do that.
Yeah, well, it's already done it. Hey, Vite,
Is currently
did you move the marker? Because it would have been nice to...
probe and our suction sampler has been coated.
Both of them?
So, yeah, he's got it.
Okay.
Eventually your
All right.
heart
All right, good. We
We try and suck on it.
couldn't see the first one.
More in. Well, what's all solid is it, but yeah, it definitely seems like something's
Okay.
up there. Which I don't really understand.
Okay.
That's why I just dropped one on this one.
Okay.
When it happened. Yeah.
So, Verena, the fish trap rolled downhill, so we had to rescue it. And it's about 10 meters upslope. It's okay? You're happy? Okay. Are you happy with it the way it is? Okay. It's got about five fish in it. Okay.
If we start looking at the suction sampler, our motor's going to be a mess.
Okay, we don't.
It's going to be down.
That's fine.
Okay. Right. So if you went to the yeah, if you can see that, right? And the temperature probe is coated as well. I don't want to cause more damage than it's already done. Right. And if we start sucking on things, I think it's going to be a mess.
The fluid sample intake is also covered.
I'm guessing it is.
122, thank you.
It's hard to tell right now.
You can't move the rack in or out.
Right. We won't be able to use it regardless. I'm thinking about grabbing onto that one part of the porch and pulling on it, but there's risks with that. It will crack off. Yeah, I'm just afraid something's going to potentially break before it cracks. So, what we can do is continue with kind of our visual dive.
Yep.
And sampling
How about grabbing tube worms with the arm and putting them in a bio box? Is that?
It looks like we can open the bow box quite a bit, so that should be okay.
Can you get to a scoop net?
We have it in our hands still.
Oh.
So that's
Not the net.
oh, the net. Net? Yeah, no, nets are on the outside.
Yep, that's
So
what I thought.
we can probably do the nets. We can't get to the back bio box now, though.
Got it. Yeah, but
So-
we can net and come up with it.
Exactly.
And the scoop we can put into the.
Yeah, and I think both nets we can put in the bio box. It just
Okay.
it could potentially damage something in the bio box. Your fish trap is going to be in the port side bio box, and that's the one it would probably go.
Yeah.
If you're okay with them just all kind of on top of each other,
Yep.
we can try. But we can reach the nets.
Okay.
Okay. Hey.
Terminate early.
I think so, to give us time to
Clean up, yeah.
It might take some time. I don't want to lose this good weather.
Right.
What time would you like to get?
I think as soon as possible, but still salvage as much of this dive as possible as well. So I think if we can get to that other waypoint on the hill.
Okay.
It's hard for me to say because I don't know how much damage it is. It could take us an hour to clean up, and it could take us 6 hours. So it's just how much it's going to impact tomorrow's dive.
Right. All right. I would say let's leave the video to tomorrow, and we'll head up to the tube worm site, see if we can grab some tube worms. That shouldn't take too long. And what else? Oh, how about the fish trap? Do you want to?
Well, tube worms for me are a lower priority than getting the fish back to be able to work on. If we're now going to be up early, then having the fish to work on is really important. So I would love to try to scoop the net to see if we can get any fish.
Okay.
And if we use the round one, it has bigger mesh, so the sediment should a lot should go through it. That would-
figured it out.
What's that?
Bonus is a film and glass.
That's true, we could do that. Rena, you want a net right here and just leave the fish trap while we're netting?
Yes,
Grab it?
let's do that. Yep.
All right, a little reorganization.
And
I think we're gonna need time to clean this thing up.
And if this looks like it's not going to work, then we'll just stow it.
Yeah, I felt a little nervous when we couldn't see what we were doing there.
And that's one interrupted.
Yeah, it seemed like it kind of came around us almost. What's that? Like, not the way it's splattered. It's high up on the arms and stuff.
Okay.
Those are pretty big blobs.
Yeah, so we're all,
We'll find out when we're at the surface.
Yeah.
so we've seen that the sub has a lot of sulfur now on various parts of it in the front of the vehicle, and we believe it happened, well, it certainly happened when we were down low in the clouds of sulfur smoke, and there was apparently a blast of something that came out, because I saw many of those sulfur tail things in the water.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were just stirring up sediment, but they were...
Yeah, and things were flying by. It seems like there was a gas burst that carried some sulfur up and threw it up onto the submarine. Yeah. So that process we were talking about of forming those little sulfur balls with the tails, apparently we got right into one of them. So we will steer clear of the sulfur pit from now on.
Oh look, there's sulfur on the net.
Yeah, there's some on the net. I think it was thrown up onto the vehicle, but we'll have a look at it when it gets up. I don't think we couldn't have dipped that far into it. I mean, that would be way up on in front of the basket, you know. We would have had to plow right in.
Scoop anymore? Can I put that in this file box as well?
You can put the scoop away. Yeah, I think we're
in the port arm? Yeah.
we have lots of sediment scoop samples already.
In the same fish trap one, or I could probably put it in.
In the starboard?
Yeah, that one's already got a big scoop in it.
There's room in the big box also.
Can't open the big box.
Can't open the big box? It's too far back?
Oh, we can't get that.
Okay.
Because the tray won't open.
Whatever allows us to get the trap in.
Could maybe put it in with the trap.
I hope you can let go of the scoop. That's going to be interesting.
It's maybe glued on, but it'll probably break. It'll probably break
Sulfur's
off.
not very strong. Is
No.
the good news.
You don't suppose that's, you just see an opening like jaw and it doesn't do anything.
I mean, look at that thing.
That's a pretty impressive shot.
It is. Should frame grab that.
Highlights.
Wow.
Well, we accomplished the sulfur sample.
Yes, definitely.
Right.
Yeah, we just took a sample.
There it is. That's what we intended to do.
Yeah, you wanted to get press don't you feel that
Right.
Yeah,
right.
never mind the frying pan.
Wait.
Oh, you've got it done already?
I'm gonna throw this in the file box. If you can tilt down and back the camera back. No, camera rack is on the
So if we just put Iris for the yeah, so turn it to the right, make it darker. So on the top there is zoom in.
When you zoom in.
Oh, that kind of stuff that goes from today. late reaction.
I think it'll fit in here. You can open up the port side.
So what you're looking at here is the scoop that we used earlier, and it has been dipped in, well, we've somehow accumulated a fair bit of molten sulfur that's then congealed, and you can see the yellow of the sulfur. It's stuck. It's stuck. It's just sort of glued on, but the sulfur is very weak. Comes off, but we have a very nice sample of primordial sulfur from Daikoku that Heidi's going to look at, a sulfur geologist expert on board. So that's great. She really wanted a sample like that.
Just like that. That's it.
Just like that. Do you want to say what you're going to do with that, Heidi?
Sure. So, Heidi Birkenbosch from GNS Science. What Dave was saying earlier about the gases coming up, the sulfur gases, so they condense on the seafloor, and if we can get a sample of them like we just have, we can analyze the trace elements in the sulfur, if there is much. And I have been looking at how that compares to what is released at volcanoes on land from fumaroles that condensate. So the same process, one is underwater and one is on land, and seeing how they compare. So it would be interesting to see if things have changed from last time we got molten sulfur at Daikoku. And I don't have any results from last time, so I really can't tell you what we've seen before, but it would be interesting to compare.
And that was back in 2006, wasn't it? Those last samples. Oh, so there's a bit of the sulfur falling off the claw.
Is this where it's trying, Dave? Try and pull it up a little bit? That gives us the back file on it.
You say trying to break the glue?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you did.
I'm just going to give it a little bit of a crack, just to see if it cracks. Exactly.
We may have glued our sample tray back with a bit of a light sulfur coating, so the pilots are going to try to wiggle it a bit, see whether or not, with the manipulator, whether or not they can just loosen it up.
Oh, you go. It's good. Get it? Yeah, you did. Try racking on now.
And we've loosened it up. That's good. So that's good.
Okay, that helps. Yeah. So we can't do suction stuff, but we can do more
Okay. That's great. Excellent.
Did it work okay? Yeah, it was just in the wrong setting. Okay. Still jumpy, but it's just a good excuse for me. Come up early. Yeah. 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 You want me to? Yeah. Find. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's too hot to start with, and it
No.
makes it really fast, really soft.
So what is it, 160 degrees or so?
When we
100?
measured it, it's been 180. Could be anything over 120.
Yeah. Yeah. So what we're talking about, molten sulfur isn't hugely hot. We certainly get hydrothermal water up to 400 degrees, but sulfur is molten, goes molten at about 180 or so, and this might even be cooler than that. 120? 120 degrees.
It's got a low heat capacity, so it's
Yeah. Yeah. So we don't think we've damaged anything, but we probably got a little coating of sulfur. So as you can see, this is a scoop net we're going to try to use, but it's also got a bit of sulfur stuck to it. Two-handed handoff. It's always pretty phenomenal when you watch the manipulations, remembering that they're doing it on a screen and it's a 2D vision of a 3D environment. Notice they've got two different claws on the arms.
Yeah, but I just gotta put it inside itself. Okay, so right, just grab that frame. It goes to pull it out. Yeah.
I know. Yeah. It is actually. Yeah. There we go. Just undoing the net, which is so artfully sewn up. All right. Yeah.
It's got some sulfur on it, so it's got that.
Glued shut, yeah. Yes. Yeah, I kind of feel like it might too. No, hole in the net.
Sorry.
Not good.
Drag it. Try and dig it in and make it, yeah.
A patch job to do. Yes. Notice how smoky it is. Looking for fish. Just looking for fish. See if it'll work. But just try to. Yes, it's not very thick, the crust. Fold it in for a second. Weight in it, I think I'll put a weight in it next time.
What's that?
Put a weight in it.
This one doesn't have to wait?
No, it was the other one that I put it in, and
I would just poking it with the other one.
very. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do that. Just hold it like this, and I'll just...
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be.
Messed up with the sulfur on there. It's stuck right in there, and it's just damaging the net. So I don't know. We can try a little harder, but can't promise the net's going to survive.
Yeah.
Can you zoom in right on the net there just to see exactly how it's
that looks like it's just got the sulfur all through the mesh on the holding it together. So I think we better I'd abandon it. Yep.
All right, it's going to go in the aft file box.
Okay. Yeah.
We can try the square one.
We're really losing our viz, aren't we?
Yeah.
We want to grab that trap.
How about we pick up the trap while we can?
There's the mulch right there. Yeah, it's the camera all the way back. The bulb on two sides.
Well, sometimes things don't go exactly as you plan. It looks like the sulfur has just annealed the net together, so we'd hoped to net a few fish, but we've got some in the trap. This looks like a fairly large one here.
Should be on the starboard side. There you go. Maybe get that one down a little bit.
Shame we lost the visibility. It's getting worse and worse. No, it was one big one. And partly to get the lamellobrachia in there. No, I don't care. But that's probably not going to close. Is it closed? Okay. As you can see, we're really losing our visibility as the cloud from the sulfur ponds is coming over in this direction. There are currents. There are tidal currents around these sites, and through time they switch direction. Yep. 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 So what Bill Chadwick's seeing is looks like there's bits of sulfur coming out down, strings that are, as well as white particulate. So what that means is a nice gas bubble not far from us has thrown up some molten sulfur in the water, and now we're seeing those particles coming down. There's another one, yeah. Yep, there's one that just went by the camera. those black tadpoles are coming down, and so that's molten sulfur up in the water coming on down. That's pretty amazing, folks. We're seeing this sort of in the volcanoes belching here, little burp bubbles that are sending out sulfur in the water, and then it's congealing and coming back down. Yeah, that's right. So we're just trying to pick up our fish trap while we can, and then we'll retreat from the spot. Okay, there. The lid, yeah. So just a reminder, this is Schmidt Ocean's ROV SuBastian's first science dive. With a fairly high demand from the scientists of some tasks to achieve in not the world's easiest place to work. We're all on a learning curve here, and it's pretty spectacular what we've been able to see and achieve. So yeah, you can see that in the couple of hours this trap's been down. Oh, 1, 2, yeah. Got a few fish in there. The bait is in that yellow-capped plastic vial with holes in it, and the bait was some cat food. Probably not something they've been exposed to before. And we'll bring them on board, and we've got a little aquarium set up here. We'll watch their behavior and try to understand a little bit about their movements and so that's good. So do you want to come up from the site, or did you want to? So we're at 2 o'clock.
It seems quite active.
Yes, please.
I think we're okay for now. Why don't we could go.
Hey, James, here. Get up like 3. Yeah, well, I could just come back up. Yeah.
Because we've probably got enough to take a look and see what to do and how to plan for tomorrow.
Probably a good idea.
I've got it all over the date anyways. Oh, what typically it is? You've got a down thrust down ahead. Yeah, that was very core.
So I think the team has decided that they're going to come back a little bit early just to make sure we understand what it was that burped on us and where that sulfur is congealed on the ROV. Just make sure nothing's in danger. Don't want to break anything on this beautiful beast before on its first dive.
Clean it up.
Yep, clean it up for tomorrow and secure our samples. So things have gone incredibly well here, and we've got ideas of how to plan now for tomorrow's dive and what we can be doing there. A couple of things that didn't quite work on the fluid sampler and a couple of sensors, so we can get those tweaked and working up for tomorrow. And we've got some samples to deal with. So from now, you'll be seeing the submersible come off bottom. We're at 400 meters in depth. It won't take all that long to get up to the surface, up through the very clear waters. Totally oligotrophic ocean, which means that there's not much plankton production in the water above us. So we'll come up through a crystal clear ocean and up onto the deck.
Now you.
How you doing? Check, check, check. Okay.